Chapter 354. The next morning, Lu Tan sent someone to ask for a reply. Yu Shu readily agreed. The person who came said, His Imperial Highness said that if Miss Yu needs to prepare anything, you can leave it to our subordinates to handle. If there's nothing else, we will send a carriage to take Miss Tu and from the guest house tomorrow morning. Why would Yu Shu bother Lu Tan's people to run errands? She immediately declined and said that she would wait for someone to pick her up at home tomorrow morning. As soon as Lu Tan's people left, Yu Shu went out with Yu Xiaoxiu. She had promised to take him to visit Aunt Cui when he recovered. If she didn't make time to go there now, she didn't know when it would be delayed. The siblings rented a carriage and passed through the busy market. They carried 2 bags of rice and flour, a few caddies of oil and salt, and weighed a dozen caddies of hind leg meat in the shop. They pulled it to the alley in the east of the city. Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to stay in the carriage to look after things. She went in and called Aunt Niu, who was boiling water and cleaning, to carry the grain and rice into the courtyard. Late in the morning, concubine Cui had just woken up not long ago. She lazily combed her hair and was sitting in the main room, eating sunflower seeds. She looked at Yu Shu with the corner of her eyes as she moved things into the courtyard. When she saw the figure of Yu Xiaoxiu, who was the last to enter, she let out a cry of surprise. She waved the sunflower seed shells on her knees and ran up to her son in small steps. She hugged her son tightly and cried out sweetly, forcing out a few tears. "You bastard, you separated our son. I thought I would never see you again. My son, you are so thin. Do you want me to die?" The bastard. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and put down the oil pot in her hand. She walked over and fished out Yu Xiaoxiu, who was almost suffocated by Aunt Cui. "Mother, please don't cry. Isn't little brother alive and kicking right now?" Aunt Cui glared at her angrily and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hand into the house. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu helplessly. When he saw his sister waving her hand, he let Aunt Cui take him away. Mistress Cui pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the room and closed the door. She muttered something to herself, but Yu Shu didn't want to listen. She went to the kitchen to take a look. Seeing that all the pots, bowls, ladles, and bowls were present, it seemed like they cooked every day at home. She went out and called for her maid Xiang Sui to a corner to question her. "I haven't been here for a while. How does my mother spend her days?" Xiang Sui understood that both of them now had to rely on Yu Shu, so she was very honest in front of Yu Shu. Yinyang sleeps until the morning every day. After breakfast, she lies in the room and talks. In the afternoon, she talks with the aunties in the neighborhood at the door. There is no other work, so she goes to bed early after dinner. "Oh, yes, the day before yesterday, Yinyang took me out. We went around the city and said. Yinyang didn't let me tell you." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and gave her courage. "Don't worry, it will be fine." Xiang Sui stammered. From Yinyang's tone, it seems that she wants to find her former master in the capital. "Master?" Yu Shu was puzzled and suddenly remembered Aunt Cui's background. Aunt Lu, who lived in a large courtyard, once mentioned to her that her mother used to be a maid in a rich family. Her and Xiaoxiu's father was a scholar. When he came to the capital to take the imperial examination, he stayed in a rich family's residence. After a few visits, he got together with Aunt Cui. In the end, the scholar failed the imperial examination, so Aunt Cui was released by her master. She said that she was married to Yu Shu's father and was brought back to the south to start a family. Unfortunately, Yu Shu's father was short-lived. Not long after Yu Xiaoxiu was born, he died in an accident. Later, there was a story about Aunt Cui being chosen by the third master of the Ji family because of her beauty. Thinking of this, Yu Shu changed the topic. Presumably, Aunt Cui had been living too peacefully recently, so she wanted to find her former master. "Okay, I know. In the future, if she wants to go out, just follow her." Don't stop her. Tell me later. Yushu was not interested in asking about Aunt Chui's former master. This woman was not knowledgeable and couldn't do anything. Moreover, so many years had passed. Maybe they had already moved away. It was uncertain whether they could find the door. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu stayed at Aunt Chui's place for lunch and dinner. From beginning to end, Aunt Chui's eyes never left Yu Xiaoxiu, as if he was her hope for the future. After dinner, Aunt Chui wanted to force Yu Xiaoxiu to stay with her. However, Yushu dismissed her by saying that she had to go to school tomorrow. She dragged Yu Xiaoxiu away and promised to visit her at the end of the month. Seeing that Aunt Chui was living a good life, Yu Xiaoxiu was finally relieved. After all, she was his biological mother. No matter how careless she was still his flesh and blood. On the 21st of February, the heavenly fire rushed to the bowl. Good luck was in the east. It was suitable to go out and live in peace. Last night, Yushu calculated the almanac. Today was good and there were no big ups and downs. So, she got up early to feed the horse and cleaned up. With He Fangji's permission, she took off her hat and put on a new dress. She brought some common tools and went to the front door to wait for Lu Tan to send someone to pick her up. The carriage arrived at the door of the house on time. It was the same two guards who came to receive her yesterday. They politely invited Yushu to get on the carriage. She didn't see Lu Tan in the carriage. Yushu asked the guards and found out that they were going to take her to the guest house where Lu Tan was staying. Then, they would go to the Chunlan River together in a sedan chair. Yushu didn't have any objections to this. She knew that she couldn't compare to Shui Yun in terms of status. Shui Yun could make an imperial prince send and receive her all day long. She wouldn't dare. When Lu Tan saw Yushu, he didn't waste time talking to her. One bowed with his hands in front and the other dispensed with the formalities. He introduced Mr. Heelan to the Qian Shi. After greeting him, he got on the sedan chair. One after another, they got on two sedan chairs and headed towards the Shuangyang Association. The reason why they didn't take the carriage was because there were too many people near the Chunlan River. It wasn't convenient for a carriage to move. It was faster to squeeze than a sedan chair. The three palanquins stopped in front of the Cheongyu building. Yushu followed Lu Tan and got off the palanquin. Then, she sized up the surroundings. She saw that there were many bodyguards standing guard nearby. They had surrounded the building in a circle. She then raised her head to look at the seats upstairs. Many people had already arrived. Yushu and Mr. Heelan followed Lu Tan up the stairs from the west corner. Just as they were thinking about how to kill time later, they heard Lu Tan suddenly stop and say, "The seat next to seventh brother is the young lady of the Ji family. You know her. She's from the right judge who was found to be practicing favoritism and cheating." Knowing that he was talking to her, Yushu made a sound. She looked up at Lu Tan's back and pondered his meaning. She said in a low voice, "Your Highness, don't worry. This commoner will not cause trouble for you." Ha! Lu Tan gave an inexplicable laugh. Without turning his head, he walked upstairs. Yushu blindly followed. When she reached the third floor, the scenery in front of her immediately changed. To the east, there was a long corridor. The floor was covered with thick Persian carpets. There were rows of tea tables and soft chairs. To the south, there was a railing with carved sculptures. Facing the Chunlan River, the view was vast. With every breath, there was the fragrance of the wind, making one feel comfortable. Yushu didn't just admire the beautiful scenery of the river. She followed closely behind Lu Tan to his seat. On the way, she passed by a seat. She heard someone say in a strange voice, "Oh, ninth brother is here." Yushu looked over and saw a youth wearing a small crown with golden wings sitting on the Grand Tutor's chair. With one foot on the footstool, he looked at Lu Tan with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It was the 11th prince, Lu Yi, the one who was on good terms with Ning Wang Lu Hao. Seeing this tyrant, Yu Shu quickly looked away and lowered her head to look at the road. She was afraid that he would find trouble with her if he saw her. She was worrying too much. The banquet at the Princess Fu had already passed. Lu Yi had long forgotten who she was. 11th D. Lu Tan nodded at Lu Yi, who was half a year younger than him. Ignoring the sarcasm in his words, he walked past him and sat down on his seat. Lu Yi lightly grunted and turned his head. For some reason, he didn't continue to pester him. Yu Shu saw that next to Lu Tan's seat, there were two other soft seats, one on the east and one on the west. One back was embroidered with a golden rooster and the other with a 5-colored snake. She guessed that they represented the Qian and Kuan seats. She waited until Sir Helan sat down before choosing the last seat. Not long after, more people came up. It was the 8th prince, Lu Du. Because Lu Tan was young, he stood up to greet his elder brother. Lu Du smiled and said a few words to him before sitting down separately. Because of what had happened to Shu Yun, the 4th prince, Lu Si, had been banished from the capital overnight. So the 7th prince, Ning Wang, who had arrived late, had become the oldest among the princes present in Cheongyu Tower. 7th brother is here. 7th brother. As soon as Lu Hao came up the stairs, the atmosphere immediately changed. Everyone on the floor stood up to greet him. Lu Tan was no exception. Yu Shu knew that Ji Xingxuan was following Lu Hao. Very quickly, she found the figure of a veiled woman behind Lu Hao. This was the first time that Yu Shu saw Ji Xingxuan so clearly in public since the trial of the Supreme Court. She was dressed in plain silver jewelry. She was still in mourning and had lost a lot of weight. She followed behind Lu Hao with light brows and eyes. A veil blocked people from peeking at her. It was impossible to see whether she was happy, angry, sad, or happy. Instead, there was a faint sense of loneliness. Because Yu Shu knew that Lu Hao had sent people to catch her and Shu Yun and then framed Lu Si, she became more suspicious of Ji Xingxuan. She couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She didn't know if she was involved in this matter. Hey, 9th brother, this is... Lu Hao noticed Yu Shu, who was beside Lu Tan. With just the right amount of surprise on his face, he turned to cast a puzzled look at Lu Tan. Lu Tan glanced at Yu Shu and reluctantly explained to Lu Hao, I'm attending the Shuangyang gathering, so the seat can't always be empty. Marshal Uncle Jing Chen helped me ask Miss Yu to temporarily take my place. Hearing that Lu Tan was using Jing Chen as a cover, Lu Hao smiled and didn't ask any more. Hearing Lu Tan's words, Yu Shu complained in her heart, but there was no change on her face. Ji Xingxuan, on the other hand, acted as if she didn't even see Yu Shu, her enemy. She followed Lu Hao and walked past them without looking sideways and sat down. Chapter 355. When all the spectators in Cheongyu restaurant had arrived, the drums on the banks of the Spring Wave River began to beat, calling all the heroes who had come to attend the meeting to the side of the arena. Today was a literary contest. On the 3 Chi High Arena, there were several long tables, complete with the 4 treasures of the study. Yu Shu only treated herself as a decoration. Sitting there, she placed the tools she had brought on the table and pretended to listen to the discussions upstairs. From time to time, she would jot down a few strokes on a piece of paper. It looked like she was divining something, but in fact, she was just scribbling. Lu Tan did not care about what she was doing. He turned to the side and whispered to Mr. Helan. Occasionally, he would glance at the situation on the arena. When he saw something that caught his eye, he would make a hand signal to somewhere downstairs. Spies would then run to investigate. On the tea table, there were some flour cakes and wine. Yu Shu ate and looked around. She was quite at ease. Just like that, she spent the entire morning. Midway, she even went to the toilet. At noon, everyone moved to the dining room in the building. Inside, a banquet had already been laid out. The private rooms were separated and the princes brought their own people to the banquet. There were also those who were close to each other, such as Lu Hao and Lu Yi, who entered the same room. Not mentioning how awkward it was for Yu Shu and Lu Tan to eat lunch together, Lu Hao entered the inner room and avoided being seen. He frowned and coldly snorted. He said to his left and right, "Lao Jiu is making things difficult for us. He found someone to make up the numbers to make us unhappy. He's afraid that people don't know that he's close to Daozi." Louis curled his lips and disdainfully said, "Isn't it to see what he found? Which one of US brothers did not invite a descendant of an aristocratic family? Today, that stinky girl, I really did not recognize her at first." TSK, without a word, Ji Xingxuan sat down beside Lu Hao. She picked up the wine pot and poured him a cup. Lu Hao took it and turned to look at her. His expression softened. "If you feel uncomfortable with that person, you can go back today." Ji Xingxuan paused and nodded. Hiding the flash of hatred in his eyes, he hugged the wine pot and bowed his head. "Many thanks for your understanding, but I can't hide forever." Xingxuan still has this much patience. Lu Hao sighed and looked at her lovingly. He said indulgently, "Up to you." Before the sun went down, the honored guests of Cheongyu House dispersed one after another. Yu Shu sat on the sedan chair that she came in, following Lu Tan and the others back to the guest house. Lu Tan returned to the rear courtyard to change his clothes while Yu Shu and Mr. Heelan sat in the reception hall, waiting. The servant served tea and fruits and handed them hot handkerchiefs for them to wash. What Yu Shu didn't expect was that Mr. Heelan, who looked to be in his 40s and had a scholarly appearance, would take the initiative to talk to her. "I heard that Miss Yu is an examinee for this year's major examination." Yu Shu raised her head to look at him. Seeing that the other's expression was amiable and didn't look like he wanted to cause trouble, she smiled and nodded. "It's the first major examination this year. Which subjects did you take?" Mr. Heelan asked again. He seemed to be purely curious. Yu Shu said, "Other than Yili, which is a compulsory subject, I also took the arts of mystery and mathematics. Why don't you try a few more subjects?" Yu Shu shook her head. "I know that I'm not a genius. How can I study everything? It's better to only choose subjects that I'm confident in." Mr. Heelan looked at her approvingly and said, "I think that Miss Yu is a down-to-earth person, which is good. Young people shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. I've seen many young people try to eat their fill the first time they take the major examination, but in the end, none of them got what they wanted. Who would have thought that the major examination isn't a place to test one's luck?" Then he changed the topic and asked Yu Shu, "I don't know about the arts of mystery and mathematics. Which subject is Miss more confident that you can enter the rankings?" Yu Shu was asked directly. She hesitated for a moment and then answered, "Mathematics." Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Mr. Heelan's face, but he quickly concealed it. It wasn't seen by Yu Shu. The two chatted for a while more before Lu Tan changed into casual clothes and entered the reception hall. Yu Shu and Mr. Heelan stood up and bowed. "The two of you, please sit and serve some tea." Lu Tan was actually only 16 or 17 years old, but he already had some experience in his conduct. He had the arrogance of an imperial prince, but he didn't lack modesty and amiability. In Yu Shu's eyes, compared to people like Lu Hao and Lu Yi, the person in front of her was the most pleasing to the eye. This is the list of names that the spies have collected in the past few days. Some of them were outstanding in the literary duels, and some of them are popular candidates for the next subject of physiognomy. The two of you can take it back and look at it. Lu Tan indicated for the personal attendant behind him to hand 2 stacks of books to Yu Shu and Mr. Heelan. Yu Shu took the list and flipped through it. She saw that a few people were listed on it. Their names, birthplaces, dates of birth, as well as their strengths and weaknesses were all listed in great detail. The next Great Yuan examination results will be released on the 26th. There are only a few days left. I'll have to trouble the two of you to draft a list as soon as possible so that I can send someone to post it. Is there a problem? Lu Tan's last words were clearly directed at Yu Shu. Yu Shu immediately felt a headache coming on. She was clearly here to mingle, so how could she help Lu Tan choose talents? However, she couldn't show any fear on her face. Otherwise, if Lu Tan regretted asking her to be his substitute, then what would she do if the quota for the LoveLore Library flew away? I will definitely do my job well, but how many people do you want on this list? Will it only include the examinees of the Great Yuan examination, or will it include the scholars? Yu Shu was puzzled. She was still unfamiliar with this new business and didn't want to make a mistake while being muddle-headed. Lu Tan glanced at Sir Heelan. The latter understood and explained on her behalf, Miss has seen the list that His Imperial Highness gave you. You only need to select the best. Usually, it's fine to limit it to 3 to 5 people. You need to separate the scholars and martial artists from the merchants. You just need to rank them according to the ones who have the highest chance of passing the examination. Yu Shu thanked him. Then I understand. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. After they finished discussing business, Lu Tan said to Yu Shu, if there's nothing else, miss, you can go back first. Servants. Lu Tan called the servants to send Yu Shu home. Yu Shu could see that he and Sir Heelan still had things to talk about, so she tactfully got up to leave. Little did she know that after she left, the subject of their conversation was none other than someone else. What does Sir think? It's hard to say. I saw that this woman seemed to have a card up her sleeve, but when I asked her about it, it turns out that she's an expert in mathematics. You have to know that there are 2 direct disciples of old mathematician Han who are taking the mathematics exam this year. It's not a joke that there are 3 mathematicians in one subject. In this way, the chance that this self-taught Miss Yu will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat is very slim. Lu Tan frowned and said with uncertainty, but my martial aunt has predicted that this woman has great luck and has already shown signs of a bright future. She will rise greatly in the imperial examinations, so it shouldn't be false. Sir Heelan stroked the short beard on his lips and smiled slightly. Since the immortal aunt said so, then there must be a reason. Your Imperial Highness, there's no need to worry yourself. If it's true, then congratulations to your Imperial Highness for having a good eye for talent. You'll definitely be able to sweep away the previous dark clouds and not make this trip to the Shuangyang Imperial College a waste. If it's a failure, then it's just a waste of a place to enter the school, but you'll also owe eldest young Master Shui a favor. You won't lose anything, so why not? Lu Tan mulled over his words and the suspicion between his brows gradually dissipated. He cupped his hands towards Sir Heelan and said with a serious expression, Sir is willing to work for me and do your best for me. This humble prince is grateful for this and will definitely treat you well. This Sir Heelan, whose real name was Cho, was 39 years old this year. If one were to look into it, he was a famous person in the early years of Anling City. He was originally a talented person recommended by Shui Rui after Lu Tan returned to the capital. However, it was unknown what happened in between that allowed Lu Tan to surpass Shui Rui and finally recruit him for his own use. When Yu Shu returned home in the evening, the food had already been laid out. After washing her hands, she was called over by Zhao Hui. Why are you only back now? You haven't recovered for a few days and you're running around again. Zhao Hui held her stomach with one hand and sat down with the other on Yu Shu. She had a worried expression on her face as she scolded her. I'll come back earlier tomorrow. Yu Shu touched her nose. She was afraid to startle Zhao Hui, so she didn't dare to tell them that she was now going out with a prince. She only said that she had found a proper job outside. Zhao Hui thought that she was working for someone in a barter house. To prevent Zhao Hui from asking, Yu Shu hurriedly changed the topic and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "Today is the first time you took Bai Ran to the academy. Did you see Shuowenjie?" After visiting Aunt Shui yesterday, Yu Xiaoxiu had no worries and went back to school today. Yu Shu couldn't send him because she had something to do. He Fangji naturally took the task and sent the two children to school. He also paid for the tuition fees. When Shuowenjie was mentioned, Yu Xiaoxiu was annoyed and said, "The academy is only so big." "Of course I saw him." Yu Shu noticed that his tone was not right. She frowned and asked, "Why?" "He dared to bully you. You didn't let Bai Ran beat him." "Ahem." He Fangji suddenly coughed twice and glanced at Yu Shu. She blamed her for not teaching Yu Xiaoxiu well. Yu Shu noticed the dissatisfaction of the elder and smiled apologetically at him. But she didn't change her words. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "It's nothing. Last time, I had to apologize to him. He was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to provoke me. He just stared at me a few times. It was really annoying." Yu Shu snorted, "It's him who does things immorally. He still has the face to stare at you. He is several years older than you. He doesn't look like a boy. Don't learn this kind of temper. It's so useless." Yu Xiaoxiu said gloomily, "I won't learn from him." "Okay, good boy." Yu Shu smiled as she picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his bowl. Zhao Hui saw that the siblings were getting along well, and her face was filled with motherly love. She touched her round belly and thought about how she would soon have a child. With such an elder sister and brother taking care of them, they would not be lonely in the future. They would definitely grow up well. She did not ask for this child to become a dragon or a phoenix. As long as she could see them with her own eyes start a family, marry a wife and have children, and live a safe and sound life, she had nothing else to ask for in this life. Chapter 356. One update. At night, Yu Shu lit up the candlestick on the desk and took out the list of candidates given by Lu Tan. She studied it while thinking about countermeasures. Lu Tan's intention was for her to select the best and rank these people in first, second, and third place. However, she didn't know how to judge people at all, so how could she judge whether these people's future was good or bad, let alone speculate which one of them was likely to enter the honor roll? Helpless, Yu Shu stared at the list for half an hour. Finally, she had a brainwave and came up with a compromise. Since she couldn't see their future, she would have to see if their luck was good or bad. The next list would be released on February 26th. She would calculate the misfortune of all the people on the list on that day using her time of misfortune law. She would eliminate the candidates who would have minor disasters on that day, and the rest would naturally be those who had good luck. Although this couldn't be accurate, a person's luck and future were closely related. This method of eliminating the bad and keeping the good was much more reliable than her randomly choosing. Yu Shu takes out a large piece of white paper and prepares an abacus. She compares the birth date and the 8 characters on the register. Because she only needs to calculate a specific day, the progress is very fast. She can determine a person's time of misfortune in a short time. There are more than 30 people on the register. Yu Shu originally wanted to wait for a while and solve it in one go. However, halfway through the calculation, there is an unexpected problem. She had calculated a total of 6 people's horoscopes, and the result actually predicted that misfortune would happen to all 6 people on the day the results were released. What was even stranger was that the calamity of these 6 people all showed the same value. It was a value that Yu Shu had never seen before. She could not find any corresponding calamity from the values that she had recorded before. In other words, on the day the results were released, all 6 of them would suffer the same kind of misfortune. This kind of event with such a low probability did not make sense. Yu Shu didn't believe it. She looked through the name list given by Lu Tan with a strange expression. At first, she thought there was a problem with the 8 characters of these 6 people, so she reversed the order on the name list. Starting from the last person on the name list, she calculated the 8 characters of 2 people. This time, it was back to normal. In the end, it indicated that on the day the results were released, the 2 of them did not suffer from any illnesses or disasters. This time, Yushu was even more confused. She frowned as she looked at the 8 people whose time of misfortune had been calculated. She seemed to feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. She stared at the name list for a long time, and suddenly noticed that next to each candidate's name, there were 2 small inconspicuous characters. The first 6 people that she calculated had the word Dian, and the next 2 people that she calculated had the word Imperial Examination. Yushu was stunned. It was as if a string in her brain had snapped, and her eyes lit up. She gripped the name list tightly, dipped her finger in her saliva, and quickly flipped through the pages. When she reached the 7th person, who was also a candidate with the word Dian, she held a pen in her hand and quickly used the formula of the time of calamity. Then, the 8th person, the 9th person. By the time the 10th person had finished counting all the people on the name list, the sky outside had turned from dark to dawn. Yushu finally stopped writing. She grabbed a thick stack of paper and examined the densely packed numbers on it. Her eyes were red from working too hard, and the corners of her mouth curled into an extremely excited smile. Ha! Ha ha ha, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. There were a total of 32 people on the name list. There were 21 people who participated in the Dian examination, and 11 people who participated in the Imperial examination. On the day the results of the Dian examination were released, a total of 18 people met with the same unknown misfortune. They were all coincidentally Dian examinees, and there was only one person who had a known misfortune, and that person was a scholar who participated in the Imperial examination. However, among the 21 examinees, only 3 people had a smooth omen on the day the results were released. Yushu boldly hypothesized that if the same unknown misfortune that caused 18 people to meet with the same unknown misfortune referred to failing the Imperial examination, then the other 3 people who had no misfortune that day were most likely high school graduates. This conjecture made Yushu so excited that her face and ears turned red. She stood up and paced around the room. She hadn't slept all night, but she wasn't sleepy at all. If her conjecture was true, then her time of misfortune law would have a new use, and it could be used as a type of physiognomy. For a guest, was there anything more wonderful than this? Wonderful, wonderful. The more Yushu thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She couldn't contain her excitement, and only calmed down after drinking half a pot of tea. She couldn't wait for the day the results were released, so that she could verify whether her conjecture was right or not. Yushu's good mood continued until the day the results of the physiognomy course were released. She had drafted the name list and presented it to Lu Tan 2 days in advance. But, she was afraid that it would be too disgraceful if it came true. So, Yushu paid attention to it. She didn't write all 3 names on the list. Instead, she only chose one name to write at the forefront. Then, she added 2 names to make up the number. What Yushu didn't know was that after Lu Tan received her name list, he had privately discussed it with Heelan Cho. Coincidentally, he only kept the first person on her name list, along with the other 2 candidates who had a good background. After writing down the 3 people, he sent someone to exchange their name cards. The day before the results were released, the names were sealed and pasted in Cheongju Tower, waiting to be revealed. On the 26th day of the 2nd month, Yushu was sent to the guest house by a horse carriage as usual, and sat in a sedan chair with Lu Tan to watch the twin suns gathering. It was just after dawn, and the sun was completely red. As always, there was a sea of people on the spring river. Yushu sat in Cheongju Tower, leisurely playing with a pink teacup, her eyes looking down at the arena below. Today was the day of the martial arts competition. The time for the results to be released had not yet arrived, so the two people currently fighting on the arena were the two martial artists who had won the previous competition. One used a whip, and the other used a pair of hammers. It was a very interesting fight. Ninth brother, I heard that after you returned to the capital, Imperial Father assigned 2 bodyguards to you. They are both first-rate experts. How do they compare to the 2 people downstairs? The one speaking was 8th Prince Lu Du. He and Lu Tan were sitting next to each other. The people Imperial Father assigned are naturally good, Lu Tan said ambiguously. However, there was someone who did not let him go. Sitting a few seats away, Louis did not know how he overheard their conversation. He suddenly sighed and raised his voice, saying, "This martial arts competition is getting more and more boring after watching it for a few days. Since ninth brother has experts by his side, why don't you ask them to go down and show us something new?" A cold light flashed through Lu Tan's eyes. How could the bodyguards assigned by the Imperial Father be entertainers? If he really did ask them to go down, wouldn't he be humiliating himself? With his mind clear, Lu Tan did not fall for the trick. He smiled at Louis from afar, avoiding the topic and dwelling on the trivial. He said, 11th brother is still young and will inevitably find the twin sons gathering boring. It is normal for him to not be able to sit still. Since there are Chinkuan and Chinkuan, why don't you go down and take a stroll around and find something delicious to eat and play with? When Yushu heard this, she almost laughed out loud. Lu Tan was not much older than Lu Yi. Such a childlike way of talking, wasn't he secretly cursing Lu Yi for being ignorant and incompetent and purposely disgusting? She had been watching from the sidelines for the past few days in Cheongyu Lu and had become accustomed to the secret fights between the princes. It was common to see a battle of tongues and needles hidden in silk floss. As for Lu Tan, who was always being attacked, he never fell into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 357. The second watch, there's still one watch ahead, don't miss it. Yushu's ears were quiet for a while. She looked up at the sun and saw that it was about time. Then, she heard a bell ring from the top of the building. The two martial artists on the stage who had yet to decide a victor were asked to leave and the arena was cleared. A moment later, 2 imperial censors wearing black veils walked out from the bottom of the building. Behind them, they carried out a 4-chi tall notice board and placed it horizontally on the stage. Yushu knew that the names on the notice board were the names that the princes had sent up. Now that it was revealed, when the Minister of Imperial Studies released the results, someone would make a copy of the list and compare it. Then the results would be clear. Someone at the side of the stage beat a gong and the surroundings quietened. An imperial censor came forward to remove the seal on the notice board and started to read Ning Wang's name list. Yushu perked up her ears to listen. There were 3 people in total. When the last one read Ji Xingxuan of the Imperial Historian's Library, she was not surprised at all. 4th Miss Ji of the Yishua aristocratic family was most skilled in astrology and physiognomy. Yushu had heard of this before. Ji Xingxuan was truly talented. Otherwise, she would not have been able to coax Ning Wang into publicly bringing her to the Shuangyang gathering after her family fell. A few days ago, Yushu had received the name list from Lu Tan. Originally, she had found it strange that Ji Xingxuan's name was not among the candidates for the subject of physiognomy. After thinking about it, she understood. Ji Xingxuan was clearly Ning Wang's person. If Lu Tan chose her again, regardless of whether she passed or not, it would be putting gold on Ning Wang's face. Therefore, she decided not to consider it. Following that, the imperial censor announced the names of Lu Du, Lu Tan, Lu Yi, and an unremarkable 12th Prince Lu Chan. Among the names, there were 2 or 3 that repeated each other, but they were not the same. For example, the Yi Ku that Yushu had chosen with the surname Zhou was not chosen by anyone else. Ning Wang Lu Hao's name list, there was a name that overlapped with Lu Yi's. It was not known if they had discussed it privately. After the list was announced, the imperial censor wrote it down on the notice board. Another hour passed. Yu Shu stretched her neck and waited anxiously. Suddenly, she heard a series of drumbeats from the shore. Thump, 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 thump. He raised his head and saw someone riding a fast horse rushing over from the riverbank. "We're here," Lu Tan said softly. Yu Shu looked around and saw that many people upstairs had left their seats and stood up, approaching the railing. The official in charge of copying the results stopped at the edge of the arena and nimbly dismounted. He held a roll of names in his hands and jumped onto the stage, handing it over to the imperial censor. Yu Shu watched as the imperial censor unfurled the name list. She cleared her throat and reported in a clear voice, "Year Zhaoqing, Year 14 of the Great Yen Examination, Second Month Spring Roll, Section 4, Physiognomy. A total of 46 people have ascended the roll. Rank 46, Shangshi's Taiyuan Examinee Qiu Yuping. Rank 45, Jin Province's Huai County Examinee Zhou Yan. 44th place." The imperial censor started reading from the last name. Occasionally, there would be a commotion from upstairs and downstairs. When it came to the 37th name, Louis suddenly laughed loudly and shouted, "Got it, got it." He ran over to Lu Hao's side and congratulated him. Yu Shu thought for a moment. The 37th name seemed to be the person that Lu Yi and Lu Hao had chosen. When it came to the 22nd name, Louis shouted, "Got it again." He congratulated Lu Hao and did not mention himself. Yu Shu looked on coldly. She glanced back at Lu Tan and saw that his expression was calm. It was as if he was not displeased that Lu Hao had chosen 2 people in a row. Following that, the imperial censor read out a long list of names. Upstairs was silent. Soon, the top 10 names were announced. Yu Shu still had not heard the name of the examinee with the surname Zhou. This made her a little anxious. She was afraid that her hopes would be dashed and she would be happy for nothing. She could not help but stand up and walk to the railing to look down, wanting to listen more carefully. 9th place, no. 8th place, no. 7th place, 6th place. No, none of them. Just as Yu Shu was feeling vexed and disappointed as she returned to her seat, a melodious announcement came from downstairs. 3rd place, Huzhou's Linen County, Zhou Jiming. Yu Shu stood there dumbfounded for a moment before she reacted. She could not contain the joy in her heart. She clenched her fist and shook it lightly. She said in a low voice, "Got it." When Lu Tan heard Yu Shu's shout, he was stunned for a moment. However, before they could rejoice, they heard a commotion from the other end of Cheongyu Tower. The commotion almost drowned out the imperial censor's announcement downstairs. 2nd place, LoveLore Library, Ji Xingxuan. The smile that had not appeared on Lu Tan's face froze in an instant. He turned to look at Lu Hao, who was surrounded by a group of people. His left hand, which was hanging in his sleeve, slowly clenched into a fist. Alas, this Ji Xingxuan is only a few years old this year. She has already become a grade E master. At this age, she is also a woman. I'm afraid she has never done it before. She is the 2nd. Hide one, hide one. No wonder 7th brother. Lu Du shook his head and sighed at Lu Tan with jealousy. The top 3 in the Dian exam were similar to those in the imperial examinations. The first was the champion, the second was the hide one, and the third was the xianglong. Looking around, most of the top 3 were seniors in their 30s to 50s. Ji Xingxuan was 17 this year. It was already amazing that a woman could become a hide one, not to mention a new grade E master. As Yu Shu listened to Lu Gu's rambling, she was bewildered. Only a person who passed 2 subjects in the same year would have the title of Great Master of Change. How did Ji Xingxuan pass 1 subject before this? Yu Shu looked towards Lu Dong and saw that Ji Xingxuan and Lu Hao were both surrounded by people. She was dressed in an elegant blue gown and had a charming appearance. She had taken off the veil that had never left her body at some point. She walked through the crowd and met Yu Shu's eyes. When their eyes met, her lips curled into a faint smile. There was not a trace of warmth in her smile, it was as cold as a cicada in winter. Yu Shu could read too many meanings from her smile. There was hatred, disdain, and even determination. How could Yu Shu feel comfortable seeing Ji Xingxuan so proud and elated? This meant that Ji Xingxuan had climbed back up after experiencing that disaster. This was something that she didn't want to see. Yu Shu should have been overjoyed that the rules of the time of calamity had come true. However, Ji Xingxuan's high score had diluted her happiness. She silently sat back down and was about to pour a cup of tea to calm herself down when she heard someone say, "Miss Yu is indeed a knowledgeable person. Since you helped me invite a Xianglong, I will naturally reward you according to your contributions. There are still 2 more exams in the Dian exam, as well as the spring liturgical examinations. I will have to trouble you to take care of them." This was the first time that Yu Shu had heard Lu Tan praise her in the past few days. She hurriedly stood up and bowed to him humbly. "I don't deserve such praise." "Don't worry, Your Imperial Highness. I will do my best." Lu Tan smiled and waved his hand for her to sit back down. He stood up and straightened his robe. He changed his expression and went over to congratulate Lu Hao. It was rare for him to be able to keep his composure. Originally, a Xianglong had already overshadowed the other imperial princes. Who knew that a hideous master of great change would appear and firmly suppress him? It went without saying how sullen he was. Yu Shu leaned back in her chair and flipped an empty teacup in her hand. She listened to the people upstairs calling her Miss Ji again and again. She sneered and flipped the teacup upside down on the table. Chapter 358. Because the results were released today, the double sun meeting ended in the afternoon. The only ones who were happy were the guests whose names were on the list and the princes who liked to find talents. Yu Shu followed Lu Tan back to the guest house. The 3 of them sat in the hall where they conversed daily. Helenchu praised Yu Shu generously. Perhaps he was afraid that she would be discouraged by the Hyde One from Prince Ning's side, so his words were full of encouragement, with the intention of urging her not to be discouraged and to continue working hard. "I was able to choose a fragrant husband because of the reliability of the list Your Highness gave me." Yu Shu modestly accepted these words, and pushed the credit back to Lu Tan. She saw that Lu Tan's expression was good, so she took advantage of the situation and said, "It's true that the list given by His Royal Highness is very thorough. But the number of people that I can compare with is somewhat small. May I ask Your Highness if you can relax the limit on the number of candidates so that I can have more candidates?" Yu Shu had made this request to Lu Tan after careful consideration. This time, it was a coincidence that there were 3 people on the list that Lu Tan had given her. The reason why Yu Shu had deliberately chosen the fragrant boy's surname Zhou to hand over to Lu Tan wasn't because she had blindly guessed it. Although these 3 people were people who had no calamity on the day the list was released, but according to the data value calculated by the law of calamity, the one surname Zhou's luck was the smoothest. She couldn't see what was good about him, but she could completely infer which one was the least bad. Reality proved that this kind of inference was not wrong. In this way, as long as she was willing to spend time, she had enough candidates in her hands. She could completely cut down another round from the candidates on the list and select the best. It was not an exaggeration to say that if she counted all the examinees who took part in a certain subject and asked for the time of misfortune on the day the results were released, she could completely infer a list. Of course, this was too laborious and she could not do it without 10 days to half a month of hard work. Back to the main topic. Now that Ji Xingxuan has won the hideous title of the Grady Master, she is enjoying the limelight. Ji Xingxuan's physiognomy was exceptional. She had been overshadowed by Shui Yun previously, so it was not obvious. Now that there were no more opponents, and with the release of the two major rankings, she would be able to dominate the twin sons meeting and solidify her reputation. It would not be easy to suppress her in the future. Hence, Yu Shu decided to borrow Lu Tan's hand to take down Ji Xingxuan's prestige. Coincidentally, she had discovered the magical use of the time of calamity. It would be a waste not to use it. Although doing so would make her a target, compared to letting Ji Xingxuan get what she wanted, she couldn't care less about hiding it. However, Shui Yun had already chosen a champion out of 10,000. Yu Shu thought that even if she was correct in every round and didn't miss anything, she wouldn't attract much criticism. Moreover, there wouldn't be any prince who would be stupid enough to do that after the fourth prince was expelled. They would still dare to go against the wind and attack her. When Lu Tan heard Yu Shu's request, he didn't immediately agree. After thinking for a bit, he turned to look at Helenshu. What does Sir Helenshu think? Helenshu was very good at dealing with people and went with the flow. There is no harm in doing as Miss Yu says. Lu Tan nodded and then asked Yu Shu, how do you think we should expand the pool of candidates? Yu Shu hurriedly said, anyone who has participated in this exam and is found to be truly talented can be considered. Lu Tan said, okay, I will have someone reorganize the list and give it to the two of you in 3 days. After receiving his approval, Yu Shu immediately stood up to leave. She didn't care what Lu Tan and Helenshu talked about after she left. She was anxious to go home and organize her new discoveries about the time of calamity and record them in her personal notebook. On the second day after the results of the physiognomy exam were released, Yu Shu punctually stood at the main gate waiting for the carriage to pick her up. However, Lu Tan's gifts arrived. These are all gifts from His Imperial Highness to Miss Yu. The steward of Lu Tan's guest residence personally ran over. He instructed the coachman to move the stacks of gift boxes down from the carriage and bring them into the living room. Then he politely told Yu Shu, His Imperial Highness told this lowly one to tell Miss that you can rest at home for the next 2 days. You don't need to go to the Twin Yang meeting with him. Yu Shu was instantly delighted. Lu Tan actually gave her a break. She didn't want to face Ji Xingxuan's smug face. Thank you for making this trip. Please thank His Imperial Highness for me. Yu Shu accepted Lu Tan's favor and sent the steward to the main gate. After the steward left, she went back to the living room to count the gifts that Lu Tan had given her. She opened the gift boxes on the table one by one. When Yu Shu saw the things inside, she couldn't help but secretly praise Lu Tan for being a good person. The gifts he gave her were all good things that could be used by a merchant. Looking at the color, they were all good goods that were hard to find in the market. There were 4 boxes of high-quality ambergris, a set of white-back tortoiseshell, 12 packets of all kinds of fortune thread, a tube of carved blank sandalwood sticks, and a hardcover edition of the Dijuan. All in all, it was no less than 1,000 taels. It seemed that this 9th prince, Lu Tan, was someone who had real money in his hands. Yu Shu called Yun Do and together, they brought these gifts back to the room. She only took 1 box of ambergris and put the rest into a large box next to the wardrobe. She would take it when she entered LoveLore Library to study in the future. She didn't need to follow Lu Tan to the Shuangyang Association. Yu Shu didn't plan to go out and run around. With Shui Yun as an example, she wouldn't wander around on her own at such a sensitive time. It was rare that she had time and the weather was good, so Yu Shu didn't stay idle. She went back to her room and changed into a dirt-resistant robe. She asked the servant in the kitchen to boil a bucket of hot water and brought it to the stables to serve her, Little Red, for a bath. Miss Ma was very gentle and quiet. She was washed and rubbed by Yu Shu, but she didn't get angry. She obediently let her finish and took her to the sun. After washing the horse, Yu Shu found Kim Bao in Yu Xiaoxiu's room. She pulled him out from under the mattress. Regardless of his struggle, she pressed him into the basin of water and washed him. Finally, she closed him in a bamboo cage and put him on the windowsill to bask in the sun. She didn't want him to run around wet and get muddy again. It was almost noon, and the sun was very bright. Yushu and Zhao Hui discussed for a while and called 2 maids to bring out bedding and pillows from each room. They pulled a rope in the yard to dry the quilt. Tomorrow was an auspicious day. Zhao Hui and her husband were going to live in the yard next door to make room for old Madam He, who was about to go to the capital. After finishing these chores, Yushu didn't feel tired. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and stood under the sun, breathing in and out. Her whole body felt warm, and her spirit was several times better. However, her stomach was growling. Zhao Hui was sitting on a soft chair in front of the door to bask in the sun. Her sharp ears heard the growling and she shook the towel in her hand. She called Yushu over to wipe her sweat and asked Shinani to urge the cook to make lunch with a smile. He Fangji often stayed at the clinic at noon. When it was time for lunch, Zhao Hui would ask the servant to bring him a lunch box. Yushu took a nap. After asking Yundo to prepare the bathtub, he washed up and rubbed his hair until it was half dry. He loosely tied his hair into a braid and burned some newly obtained dragon saliva in the incense burner. Feeling refreshed, he sat in front of the desk and picked a brush to mix the ink. She picked up the brush and recalled for a moment. She accurately wrote down Shui Rui's birth date on the paper. The last time she was in trouble, she was grateful for Shui Rui's affection for her. She promised him that when she was safe and sound, she would pay more attention to this big brother. She couldn't help him with anything else, but with what she had learned, she could help him to be safe. The law of calamity had to be combined with the 8 gates life and death art. It was related to the sunrise and sunset, so to ensure accuracy, she could only calculate it for 3 months at most. With Yushu's proficiency in those complicated formulas, she could calculate it in 1 day. The time it takes to drink a cup of tea was enough to calculate a day's misfortune. In this big family, including He Fangji, Zhao Hui, and even little Xiao, as long as she sensed that something was amiss, she would calculate it. Normally, she could slack off and ignore them, but she did not see Shui Rui every day, so she could only put in more effort to keep an eye on him. Yushu sat in front of the desk for the whole afternoon. With the help of the pot of ambergris, she concentrated. She actually wrote down all the disasters of Shui Rui in the past month in one breath. She copied the detailed results on a clean piece of paper. Yushu silently wrote down a few of his small disasters. Then she pressed the paper in the drawer. She didn't plan to show it to Shui Rui. She just waited to see him one day and pretend to remind him inadvertently. Yundo was ordered by Zhao Hui to urge her to eat dinner several times. Yushu stretched, simply sorted out the papyrus for calculation, and put it in a small bamboo basket under the desk. These papers with foreign numbers couldn't be kept. She would burn them every 2 days. After dinner, Yushu went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room. According to He Fangji's order, she checked his homework and looked at Bai Ran's. Yushu used to think that Yu Xiaoxiu's writing was good, but compared with Bai Ran's, it looked clumsy. Among the people Yushu had seen, Jing Chen was undoubtedly number 1 in terms of artistic conception in writing. Shui Rui's writing was also very good, but the tip of his brush was slightly sloppy, just like the hint of arrogance hidden in his character. However, both of their writing were not as neat and beautiful as Bai Ran's. The horizontal and vertical strokes were as if they had been measured with a ruler. It was so neat that it made one's hair stand on end. It could be imagined how many years of hard work they had practiced. Yushu couldn't help but praise Bai Ran. She also told him to correct Yu Xiaoxiu's strokes. Bai Ran modestly agreed. Yushu saw that the desk was big enough, so she simply asked Bai Ran to bring a chair over and sit down. She reviewed his homework with Yu Xiaoxiu. She took one of Yu Xiaoxiu's textbooks and walked around. The room was full of books. Suddenly, they heard Yundo's crisp voice outside the door. She was calling you Shu, Miss, Mr. Shui is here. He is waiting for you in the front. When Yu Shu heard this, she stopped in her tracks. When she heard that Shui Rui had come, her face instantly lit up with joy. She didn't know what this big brother of hers had been busy with recently. Ever since she went to look for him at the forgotten airport because of the matter regarding the enrollment quota, she hadn't seen him for quite a few days. If he still didn't come to look for her, she was prepared to look for him tomorrow. Got it. I'll go there. Yu Shu walked quickly to the door and found that she was still holding the book in her hand. She quickly turned back and put it down. She said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Be good and review. I'll go talk to your brother Shui for a while. I'll call you later." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and watched her walk away with her hands behind her back. He turned his face and saw Bai Ran's dazed look. He stretched out his hand and waved in front of him. He said, Bai Ran, Bai Ran. What's wrong with you? Bai Ran suddenly came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his manners. He reluctantly smiled at Yu Xiaoxiu and covered up, "I'm fine. I was hysterical just now. Let's read. Teacher will ask questions in class tomorrow." Chapter 359. Yu Shu saw Shui Rui in the living room of the front yard. She saw that he didn't have time to change out of his scarlet official robe. She walked towards him and sat down. She asked suspiciously, "Big brother, did you come directly from the yamen?" Shui Rui nodded. He put his elbows on the armrest and clasped his fingers in front of his abdomen. Because he had been working for a whole day, he looked a bit lazy. He said in a hoarse voice, "I have investigated Chu Hai's case. You should release him as soon as possible." Yu Shu asked in surprise, "What's going on? What did Big Brother find?" Shui Rui raised his hand and pressed his two fingers between his eyebrows. He said in a low voice, "Chu Hai is in trouble. It has nothing to do with you. You will only arouse suspicion if you keep him. I will go outside the capital tomorrow for 5 to 6 days. So I came to you at this time to inform you. You should release him tomorrow." Yu Shu was curious. She hesitated and asked, "Is it convenient for you to tell me what happened? I always feel that Chu Hai has something to do with me. If I don't figure it out, I will feel disgusted." Shui Rui put down his hand and looked up at her face. He seemed to be thinking about whether he should tell her or not. Yu Shu felt a bit uncomfortable under his stare. She twisted her shoulders and said considerately, "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. It's not that Chu Hai wanted to fake his death to escape from prison. Someone wanted his life," Shui Rui suddenly said. Yu Shu was surprised at first. Then she felt confused. She didn't understand what Shui Rui meant. She asked, "What do you mean?" Shui Rui said, "I've sent people to investigate in private for many days and found out that on the night Chu Hai committed suicide in prison, there was an outsider who entered the prison to visit him. The jailer who was on duty that night and found Chu Hai's corpse was transferred away the next day. I asked someone to find him to inquire about it, and after some investigation, I found out that there was indeed a person who claimed to be Chu Hai's brother who entered the prison. Not long after that person left, the jailer found out that Chu Hai had died after hitting his head on the wall." "I knew it." Yu Shu slapped her thigh. He interrupted, "It's not like he's sentenced to death. Was there a need to risk his head and pretend to be dead to escape from prison? There must be something wrong with that prison scout." Shui Rui nodded. He told her, "Chu Hai is not a native of Anling City. He used to be the deputy leader of a small gang in the south of the city. I investigated his family and learned that he only has a wife and a daughter, and no brothers." Yu Shu suddenly understood. He has a wife and children. No wonder. No wonder a fugitive like him would take the risk to stay in the capital and refuse to leave. He must be worried about her. Chu Hai's wife and young daughter jumped into the river 2 months ago. Shui Rui's cold words stunned Yu Shu. It took her a long time to find her voice. Dead? Yes, they were already gone before Chu Hai escaped from prison. Shui Rui used his finger to press his aching brows again. He slowly told his speculation to Yu Shu. The gang that Chu Hai used to be in was backed by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Song Xixian. Later on, Song Xixian was impeached by the censor for corruption. The Evergreen gang then scattered after the fall of the tree. Chu Hai was a killer in the pugilistic world. He had done many bloody things for others in secret, but his hands and feet were very clean. Who knew that he would be killed by you and be executed? According to my speculation, it should be one of the rich men who hired him to kill. When he learned that he was arrested, he was afraid that he would leak something to the authorities. So, he made the first move and sent someone to threaten him in prison. Most likely, he used the lives of his wife and daughter to force him to commit suicide. Yu Shu's mouth opened wide. Only now did she understand what Shui Rui meant. She took a deep breath and continued, but Chu Hai was worried about the safety of his wife and daughter, so he faked his death. On one hand, he hid it from the eyes and ears of the rich man. On the other hand, he escaped death. When he returned to look for his family, he found that both his wife and daughter had been killed. If I'm not wrong, his wife and daughter didn't commit suicide like they did on the surface. Someone must have killed them secretly to eliminate them. Shui Rui sighed and said, the mother and daughter's deaths were indeed strange. I've seen Chu Hai before. Now that I think about his situation, it should be because he still has a big grudge against him and couldn't find the burial place of his wife and daughter. So, he lingered in the capital, unwilling to escape. After sorting out this hidden story, Yu Shu's expression suddenly became complicated. She used to regard Chu Hai as a person who deserved to die. She hated and guarded against him. But who could think that such a cold-blooded killer would be willing to die for the sake of his family? She couldn't help but sympathize with him. Sure enough, a pitiful person must have something hateful. After explaining these, Shui Rui warned Yu Shu with a serious look, I think it's not a trivial matter. Maybe there's a bigger implication. We don't know who wants to kill Chu Hai. The other party is in the dark, while we are in the light. It's really inappropriate for you to keep Chu Hai as a hot potato. Why don't you let him go? Yu Shu deeply agreed. She thought for a while and said with a headache, according to what you said, Chu Hai probably wants to take revenge now. If he can't figure it out, he will vent his anger on me for the death of his wife and daughter and come to me again. What should we do? Instead of letting him go, it's better to send him back to the yamen and lock him up again. Shui Rui shook his head and said, he won't come to you for revenge. Seeing his resolute attitude, Yu Shu was not convinced and said, why not? Shui Rui flicked his fingers on his knees and taught her in a light voice, that pitiful pair of mother and daughter had no one to hold a funeral for them, so their corpses were randomly buried in the countryside by the memorial hall. Chu Hai was a fugitive who hid in the capital city, and he couldn't even find the place where they were buried. You told him the place where his wife and daughter were buried. A hot-blooded man like him wouldn't even have the time to kowtow and thank you, so how could he possibly seek revenge from you? Yu Shu stared straight at Shui Rui. She couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. She moved her lips and squeezed out a dry sentence, thank you, big brother. When Shui Rui saw her awkward expression, a thought flashed across his mind. He turned around and smiled, then intentionally said, I've solved a difficult problem for you, yet you're only going to thank me? Show me something practical, don't just say empty words. Hearing his words, Yu Shu's face blushed. She scratched the back of her right hand with her left hand. She can't use her usual cleverness at this moment. She doesn't know what benefits she can give him. After thinking for a while, she simply asked, "Then tell me, how do you want me to thank you?" Shui Rui was just teasing her. Seeing that she took it seriously, he couldn't help but feel itchy. He curved his lips and tentatively said, "Is it okay if I say it?" Yushu felt that she owed Shui Rui a great deal, and she couldn't help but lose some confidence before Shui Rui, so she didn't fuss about it so much and nodded. "Just say it. So long as it's within my ability, I'll surely do it without delay." Shui Rui narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you?" Yushu rolled her eyes and said, "You don't know how." Yushu didn't know that when she said this, she unconsciously said it with a tone of trust. In the years of Shui Rui, it was very useful. He felt that he didn't worry for her in vain. This little ungrateful wolf finally knows how to be close to him. Shui Rui was happy in his heart. The fatigue of the past few days disappeared. But being happy is one thing. How can he reject the benefits that are sent to him? He looked at Yushu's delicate and obedient face. Then he noticed the pair of slender hands on her knees. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Shui Rui leaned back on the chair and relaxed his body. He raised his chin toward her. With a smile hidden in his eyes, he ordered, "Come here and massage my back." Yushu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Shui Rui would make such a request. She suddenly hesitated whether she should listen to him or not. It must be known that she has never massaged a man's back except for her little brother Yulei. "What? Who said you wanted to thank me earlier? You want to go back on your word now?" Shui Rui teased in a neither hurried nor slow manner. "Who is regretting it?" Yushu was stubborn, but she knew in her heart that she couldn't get away with it, so she stood up and slowly walked to Shui Rui's back. Her gaze moved along the back of his neat and tidy hair before it descended onto his broad back. She hesitantly raised her hands and gestured a few times on his shoulders from a distance, but she just couldn't move them down. Shui Rui waited patiently and didn't rush her. When he approached like this, he was instead able to smell a strand of pleasant fragrance from her body, and it seemed like dragon saliva yet was slightly different. It carried a slightly calming aura, causing his mind to relax, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Right when Shui Rui was about to fall asleep, a gentle force came from his shoulder, and it pushed past his sore cervical vertebrae with an extremely strong force. Instantly, it caused him to open his eyes in comfort, and he was barely able to restrain the moan that was on the tip of his mouth as his body froze. "Relax." Yushu noticed that his muscles were stiff. She frowned and patted his shoulder. Back then, Yulei was paralyzed on the bed. He couldn't even turn over. She spent a whole month learning from a physical therapist in Guangdong. She didn't use it for a long time. Although she was a little rusty, she also noticed that Shui Rui's body condition wasn't good. She was worried and forgot about her embarrassment. She just wanted to help him relieve some of his fatigue. Shui Rui obediently relaxed his shoulders. While enjoying Yushu's service, he asked, "You know how to press stilts?" Yushu exerted strength in her hands and said vaguely, "My godfather is a master of martial arts." Shui Rui thought that Yushu must have learned a few moves from Hifangji, so he paused for a moment and pretended to casually praise her. "Not bad. You must have practiced it often. How many people have you tested it on?" Shui Rui couldn't be blamed for being a little narrow-minded. So long as he thought about how Yushu's small hands that were used to divine fate had even stayed on another person's shoulder, how could he possibly remain calm? As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Rui let out a muffled groan. He felt Yushu's fingers scraping his neck. The force was so strong that he clenched his teeth in pain. "Do you think that I'm a servant girl who massages other people's backs for no reason?" Yushu stared angrily at the back of Shui Rui's head, and she grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Besides my younger brother, you're the only one who does that." Shui Rui was still in pain earlier, yet when he heard Yushu's words, all the pain in his heart vanished without a trace. At a place where Yushu couldn't see, the corners of his mouth curled up high, yet he couldn't seem to mind too much, and he said calmly, "Yes, Big Brother made a slip of the tongue earlier. However, I'm still young, and it's not suitable for me to exercise my muscles and bones often." Yushu didn't know what was on Shui Rui's mind. She only thought that he misunderstood that younger brother was referring to Yu Xiaoxiu. Chapter 360. On the last day of February, Xiaohui asked Yushu to tidy up the house and move the house. During breakfast, Yushu told Xiaohui that she was going out. She was afraid that Xiaohui would hurt herself, so she told her to arrange for the servants to clean up the house and not to walk around with a big belly. Fortunately, He Fengji said that he would not go to the clinic today and would stay at home to look after Xiaohui. Yushu was relieved. She went back to her room and changed into men's clothes. After half an hour, Yushu came to the door of the courtyard on Huixing Street in the south of the city. She knocked on the door and the person who answered the door was the tall and strong Zhou Hu. Seeing Yushu who had not come for a long time, Zhou Hu was surprised. He quickly bowed and let her in. "Close the door." Yushu asked Zhou Hu to bring her to the place where the prisoners were locked up. It was the room that Jing Chen used to live in. She pulled open the bolt and pushed the door open, only to see a figure curled up in a ball tied up on the empty bed. "What's wrong with him?" Yushu pointed at Chu Hai, who was lying on the bed. Zhou Hu said helplessly, "I don't know why this person always said that he had a headache. 2 nights ago, he suddenly hit his head against the wall. I was afraid that something bad would happen to him, so I tied him to the bed." Yushu turned around and looked at the courtyard. She did not see the honest-looking Song Dolly. "Why are you alone? Where is your brother?" Zhou Hu said, "There is no oil in the house. I asked him to go out and buy some." Yushu nodded and sent him away. "Go outside and guard for a while. I have something to say to this person." "Yes, I will be at the door. Miss, call me if you need anything." Zhou Hu left. Yushu closed the door and walked to the bed. She looked at Chu Hai who was lying on the bed with his back facing her. She thought about what happened to him and said with mixed feelings, "I know you are not asleep. Chu Hai, I want to ask you a few questions. If you tell me the truth, I will let you go today." The body of the person tied to the bed moved. He slowly turned around to face Yushu, revealing a face with an ugly scar. His bloodshot eyes looked at her with hostility. He said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want to ask me?" Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Yushu just frowned and decided not to argue with this poor guy whose family was ruined. She calmly asked, "Last time, you said that you have a wife and a son at home." Chu Hai was stunned. His face instantly revealed a painful expression, and he tightly clenched his fists that were bound in front of him. Trembling slightly, he said in a hoarse voice, "It's all gone. It's all gone. I killed them. They're all killed by me." The last time Yushu heard Chu Hai say this, she thought that he was crazy and full of nonsense. Last night, she heard Shui Rui's investigation. Just now, it was confirmed that Chu Hai did have a wife and child, but they had already been killed. Since it was done by Chu Hai's enemies, Chu Hai painfully blamed himself and claimed that he had killed his wife and child. "I asked someone to inquire about it. Your wife and child had already committed suicide by jumping into the river before you escaped from prison. Their bodies stayed in the memorial hall for half a month. Because no one claimed them, they were hastily buried in the graveyard." Do you know where they were buried?" Before Yushu finished her words, she was interrupted by Chu Hai's urgent voice. He looked agitated and struggled to sit up from the bed. Unfortunately, he was tied tightly, so he fell back heavily. His head hit the bed, but he didn't cry out in pain. He just stared at Yushu, as if he would pounce on her and bite her if she dared to say that she didn't know. Yushu didn't intend to keep him guessing, so she nodded and said, "I know." "Tell me." The blue veins on Chu Hai's forehead bulged, and he shouted at Yushu. With her hands behind her back, Yushu turned around and said in a low voice, "I see that you are a pitiful person. Although your sins are deep, you still have a bit of humanity left in you. There is no harm in telling you, but you must swear in the name of your deceased relatives that you will never oppose me in your lifetime. Not only will I tell you where they are buried, but I will also let you go and let you worship the dead. I promise." Chu Hai blurted out almost without thinking. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he rolled from the bed to the ground. He knelt up, tied his hands behind his back, and kowtowed to Yushu several times. He said hoarsely with all his strength, "I, Chu Hai, swear today that if I go against you or make things difficult for you, I will be smashed to pieces, and my wife and daughter will die in the netherworld, with everlasting regret, and my soul will scatter." Yushu's back was facing Chu Hai, and a trace of pity flashed across her face. She secretly apologized. She didn't mean to be disrespectful to the dead, but Chu Hai was a vicious person. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't turn his back on her after he recovered. She could only let him go with a peace of mind if she could make him make such a vicious oath. They were buried outside the western suburbs of Enling City. Yushu squatted in front of Chu Hai, slowed down her voice, and told him the place where his wife and daughter were buried. Because the place was remote, she repeated it twice, and Chu Hai nodded to show that he remembered it. In fact, Yushu was very curious about the person who could send people into the prison to threaten Chu Hai, force him to fake his death to escape from prison, and then kill his own flesh and blood. However, if she inquired about it at this time, it was inevitable that she would be suspected of blackmailing a dead person. It was not for self-protection, and Yushu did not want to do such a thing that would damage her virtue, so she had to avoid trouble. After Yushu and Chu Hai reached an agreement, she opened the door and called Zhou Hu in. She pointed to Chu Hai who was kneeling on the ground and said, "Untie him." Zhou Hu was surprised and said with uncertainty, "Miss, you want to let him go, but this person..." Yushu raised her hand and interrupted him, "It's okay, let him go." Zhou Hu took out a dagger from his waist, stepped forward and cut the rope, but he was in a defensive position. As long as Chu Hai made a move, he would capture him. Chu Hai didn't pay attention to his little movements. When the rope was loosened, he got up from the ground, moved his hands and feet a few times, and then looked up and asked Yushu, "Can I go now?" Yushu took out the money bag that she prepared in her sleeve and threw it to Chu Hai, "Take this money. If you can find a place to live, bury the dead well. Be careful not to be caught." Chu Hai caught the pouch and held it in his hand. He nodded to Yushu and said gratefully, "Don't worry, Mississippi. Although I am a vicious and evil person, my words carry enormous weight and I will keep them. I owe you a favor, and I will repay it in the future." Yushu looked at him and secretly sighed that this person did have the courage to achieve great things, but unfortunately he didn't take the right path. If he took one wrong step, he would never be able to turn back. She nodded and moved to the side of the door, indicating that he could go. Chu Hai cupped his fists towards her and quickly walked past her. Without looking back, he opened the courtyard door and disappeared in a flash. With Chu Hai gone, Zhou Hu and Song Dolly had nothing to do. As for where they should go, Yushu thought about it for a while. Zhao Hui's family already had a lot of people, so she didn't lack people to order around. In a few days, old Madam He would enter the capital, so there would be no place to settle them. It would be very inconvenient, so she decided to leave the two of them in this small courtyard and give them other tasks in the future. When Song Dolly came back from buying oil for the lamp, Yushu left enough money for their daily expenses and said to the two of them, "I told you, I am a barter." Now that the dying results are released, I have no distractions. Stay here for a while, and I will give you other tasks later. Zhou Hu and Song Dolly were happy that no one was controlling them and readily agreed. Yu Shu told Zhou Hu to send her back to her residence in the west of the city. Before noon, she left Huixing Street again. Yu Shu rested for 2 days and just finished dealing with the chores around her. On the morning of the first day of the 3rd month, Lu Tan sent someone to take her to the guest house again. The weather was getting warmer and Zhao Hui was pregnant, so it wasn't convenient for her to take care of the household. The clothes for this season hadn't been cut yet, so when Yu Shu came to the capital, she was empty-handed. She only had clothes for autumn and winter. She couldn't even find a skirt for spring. This morning, she delayed getting up for a long time before she put on an autumn robe as a spring outfit. However, she looked energetic and her complexion had been nourished by He Fangji's 3 bowls of Chinese medicine a day. She wore a man's robe with a belt and her hair was neatly combed at the back of her head, which made her look taller and more attractive than in women's clothes. When Lu Tan and Helan Cho saw Yu Shu's attire, they both looked at her a few more times. The former subconsciously furrowed his brows while the latter shook his head and recited, "People don't recognize the joy of the heart." It said that slacking off to learn from youths, Yu Shu didn't understand what he meant. She only smiled and followed behind Lu Tan onto the sedan. The journey to Cheongyu Lu was silent. When it was time, everyone was seated. There were still the same few people, but Ning Wang's side was more lively than usual. Yu Shu took a closer look and saw that it was Lu Du and Lu Yi's seats. They were all leaning against Ji Xingxuan's side, talking and laughing intimately around her. This wasn't strange. As a young Haidwan De master, her future was limitless. There were many in the trade who wanted to get close to her. Moreover, there was also Ning Wang's face. One could imagine how popular Ji Xingxuan was now. Yu Shu's mouth twitched. She looked to the other side at 12th Prince Lu Chan's seat, which was as lonely and ignored as she was. There was a 13 or 14-year-old girl with large eyes. Who would have thought that the little girl was also looking at her? When their eyes met, Yu Shu couldn't help but smile kindly at her. The little girl's eyes lit up and she actually pulled on the sleeve of Lu Chan, who wasn't much older than her. She mumbled a few words and Lu Chan nodded. She stood up and left her seat, rushing excitedly towards Yu Shu. 9th Prince, the little girl first bowed to Lu Tan, who was sitting on Yu Shu's seat. Her eyes glanced in Yu Shu's direction. Lu Tan didn't make things difficult for the little girl. He nodded and pointed to Yu Shu, introducing, "This is the seat I invited, Miss Lotus Room. This is my 12th brother's seat, 6th Miss of the Axian family." When Yu Shu heard the word family, she then realized that this child-looking girl in front of her was from a famous school. She stood up and bowed. "Miss Axian." "Miss Lotus Room," 6th Miss Axian winked at Yu Shu, "may I sit next to you and we can talk?" Yu Shu turned to look at Lu Tan, waiting for his signal. Lu Tan still gave Yu Shu face. He waved his hand and ordered the attendants behind him, "Set up a seat for Miss Axian." Chapter 361. Miss Axian of the Axian family sat together with Yu Shu. At first, she was a little shy, but after a while, she revealed her lively nature. She shook her feet in her kingfisher-embroidered shoes and complained to Yu Shu in a low voice about the boredom of the Shuangyang Association. "I found it interesting a few days ago, but it's getting more and more boring recently. On this stage, if it's not fighting, then it's writing and drawing without a sound. Sitting upstairs, there's no one to talk to, and they're not even allowed to doze off. If it weren't for my father coaxing me and saying that he would send me to Taisher Shuangyang Association, I wouldn't have come." Axian Lu's words were naive, and Yu Shu laughed to herself. Because Lu Tan was not far away, it was not good for her to say that it was indeed boring to sit upstairs and watch the Shuangyang Association, but she agreed with her in her heart. Hearing her mention Taisher Shuangyang Association, Yu Shu thought of the quota in the hands of the princes. Presumably, the 12th prince's quota was given to this little girl in front of her. I wanted to talk to you 2 days ago, but I was afraid that you would be like the others, with eyes on the top of your head, and I wouldn't be able to talk to you. When Xian Lu said this, she glanced meaningfully at a place on the east side of the building. Yu Shu followed her gaze and looked in the direction of Ji Xingxuan. Her eyes flashed, and she turned back and said humorously, "Then you're willing to talk to me today because you found out that my eyes are under my eyebrows." Xian Lu chuckled, covered her mouth, and nodded. She did see that Yu Shu did not approach Ji Xingxuan, the favorite, today, so she thought highly of her and took the initiative to get to know her. With someone to pass the time, the morning passed quickly. With Yu Shu's ability to deal with people, it was not difficult to coax a young girl to like her. When it was almost noon, Xian Lu reluctantly returned to her seat. She did not know how she persuaded Lu Chan, but during lunch, the 9th prince and the 12th prince successfully sat at the same table. As for Xian Lu, of course, she followed. Lu Chan was a young man who had just turned 15. He looked fair and clean, and treated people gently and politely. When he smiled, there was a pair of shallow dimples on his cheeks, which easily gave people a good impression. Lu Chan's birth mother was concubine Su, the daughter of a military general. Because she was somewhat favored by the emperor, Lu Chan, who was still young, was able to catch up with this year's double yang gathering and recruit a few subordinates in advance instead of waiting for 3 years. Lu Tan cultivated in Longhu Mountain all year round. He did not have a close relationship with his brothers, and Lu Chan did not seem to have a close relationship with any princes. When the two of them sat together, their personalities were congenial, and they even had some things to talk about. They got along well. Lu and Lu Chan were Lu. In less than a day, Xian Lu had become familiar with Yu Shu. He dispensed with the formalities and went straight to her lotus room. Yu Shi Lu Qian Lu, and Dao Shu, and Xian of Shu. Lu, this young lady from an aristocratic family, had been influenced since she was young. Between the lines, she had unintentionally imparted some general knowledge of the East studies to Yu Shu. For example, in the capital city, there were 5 trading centers and 12 aristocratic families, all under the Celestial Commissioner. The chief supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner's surname was Xu, and he was a junior supervisor. Under the junior supervisor were the left commander and the right commander. Under the 2 orders, they were the left magistrate and the right magistrate. Among them, the current magistrate of the right, Lady Lu, was the only woman. The 6 of them were all high-ranking officials in the Celestial Commissioner Division. Even the right judge, who was ranked the lowest among them, was a Celestial Commissioner. He was also a 4th-ranked official in the capital, and the Great Advisor was equivalent to the position of Prime Minister and was known as the Hidden Minister. Yu Shu was fortunate enough to see her in the Celestial Commissioner's office. She felt that her appearance and demeanor were worthy of being bestowed the title of Prince or Prime Minister. The right commander, Lady Lu, was another ironclad proof that a woman in the imperial court could become an official. When the meeting was over, Xian Lu said goodbye to Yu Shu and left with Lu Chan. Yu Shu and Helen followed Lu Tan back to the guest house and sat in the meeting hall. Lu Tan had his subordinates give them 2 lists of candidates that had been sorted out. The list in Miss Yu's hands was drawn up according to your requirements. The restrictions on the candidates have been relaxed. Take a look here and see if there are any problems. Lu Tan said. Yu Shu flipped open the relatively thick list in her hands and saw that the first page indicated that there were a total of 93 candidates, which was almost twice the number of candidates from last time. When she looked at it more carefully, she found that the information on these candidates wasn't as detailed as last time. However, for Yu Shu, it was enough to have her birth date and horoscope. Everything else was secondary. This is very good. There are no problems. Yushu expressed to Lu Tan that she was very satisfied with this revised list. She paused for a moment, and then opened her mouth to request, "Your Highness, can you allow me to stay at home for the next 2 days to do divination? I will present the list of candidates to you 2 days later. Then aren't you going to the Shuangyang meeting?" Lu Tan didn't agree and said, "You will be able to see a small half of the candidates on this list at Cheongyu Pavilion in the next 2 days. If you don't see them in person, how can you judge whether they are good or bad?" Before the results of the subject of physiognomy were released, Lu Tan was too lazy to care about where Yushu fell in love with. However, after the results were released and he saw that she had some skills, he couldn't help but pay attention to her. There was a layer of hope in him, so he couldn't let her do as she pleased. Yushu could see that Lu Tan still didn't trust her abilities. In order to buy more time to calculate this list, she couldn't show any fear in front of him. Thus, she smiled confidently at him and said, "Your Highness, you may not know this, but I know the art of physiognomy. I don't need to look at a person's face like most people. As long as the horoscope is accurate, I will be able to see through it. It doesn't matter whether I see the person or not." Lu Tan was still hesitating, so Helanshu chose this time to help Yushu say a few words. "The world is big, and everyone has their own strengths. There are many schools of thought that different paths can lead to the same goal. Since Miss Yu is confident, there is no need for your Highness to restrict her." After listening to Helanshu's advice, Lu Tan looked at Yushu again. He saw that she seemed to have a card up her sleeve and didn't look like she was going to slack off. In the end, he nodded and agreed. "You don't need to go with me for the next 2 days." After getting Lu Tan's permission, Yushu looked gratefully at Helanshu, who smiled back. The three of them sat for a while longer before Yushu said goodbye and left as usual. By the time Yushu returned home, Xiao Hui and her husband had already moved to the courtyard on the west side, which was the place where Jing Qin had lived before. They had only moved to a different room, but the empty main room had already been tidied up. The bed and bedding had all been changed, and they were just waiting for the day that old matriarch would come to the capital. For the next 2 days, Yushu stayed at home and didn't do anything else. After getting up early and eating breakfast, she buried her head in front of her desk. Her left hand held an abacus while her right hand held a pen. Other than drinking water and going to the toilet, she didn't leave her chair. Even for lunch and dinner, Yundo picked up the dishes and brought them to her. In order to catch up, she didn't go to sleep until late at night. At dawn, she got up again and continued to study the list in her hands. Yushu also took the exam for the strange arts. Speaking of which, the topic was very different. She still remembered it vividly. Last year, Prince Yang traveled far to the capital and on his way back, he lost a precious painting scroll. He couldn't find it, so the Celestial Commissioner called for the Dayan examinees to help find it. Thinking back, Yushu ran a lot of errands for this exam. In the end, she had to rely on Shui Rui's face to meet Prince Yang at Dingbo Hall. She begged for an incomplete 8 characters that only had the year and month of birth. She used the rules of the time of calamity to calculate carefully, racking her brain to find a result. Who would have thought that she would make a mistake, causing her to work for nothing? It was exactly like when Xiao An's maxim of drawing water with a wicker basket. But until the last moment, Yushu didn't give up on the strange arts. She first begged for Prince Yang's worry character, then went to the Ren training hall to find Wen Xiao and to calculate her character. When she returned home, she deduced the incomplete 8 characters several times. In the end, she was forced to come up with an unimaginable solution and didn't hand in a blank paper. Thinking of her answer, Yushu felt that it was ridiculous. Therefore, when she saw her name in the list of candidates that Lu Tan had given her, she decisively skipped over it. It wasn't that she wasn't curious about whether or not she could pass the exam, but that her 8 characters didn't correspond to her fate. It was simply impossible to accurately predict, and thus, she couldn't use the laws of calamity to calculate. She could calculate others, but not herself. This was one of Yushu's biggest regrets. After a brief recollection, Yushu turned her attention back to the list in her hands. Flipping to the last few pages, she wasn't surprised to see Wen Xiaoan's name. But the simple words below his name made Yushu secretly shocked. The 7th-generation descendant of the Wenqin clan. There was Xia Jiang in the south, and Wenqin in the north. The poor youth in the Ren training hall who needed to rely on others to survive was actually the head of the East School in the north, the descendant of the Wenqin clan. Wen Xiaoan's impoverished appearance appeared in Yushu's mind. Then she recalled the descendants of the Xia Jiang clan in the south, Xia Jiangying and Xia Jiangmin, the two pampered sisters. It was hard not to suspect that there was a wrong person on the list. But Wen Xiaoan also had the characteristics of a descendant of the Wenqin clan. First, he had the ability to calculate characters. There weren't many people in the world who didn't know that in the north and south, Xia Jiang knew about dreams, and Wenqin comprehending characters. This was a special skill that these two great families of East School each mastered. One was related to dreams, the other was related to characters. Because she knew Wen Xiaoan, Yushu paid more attention to Wen Xiaoan. She wrote down his horoscope and calculated his fortune on the day the results were released. Sure enough, he was very smooth that day and had the tendency to be on the list. Yushu didn't have extra time to think about where Wen Xiaoan got Prince Yang's handwriting and calculated it. Because there were still more than a dozen people's horoscope that she hadn't calculated, she quickly shifted her attention. It wasn't until midnight that Yushu finished counting the names of all the examinees who had participated in the De Yin Qi technique. Unfortunately, she wasn't as lucky as the previous time when 3 out of 21 people had passed. This time, there were only 4 people among the 70-odd people who had passed the exam. There wasn't much room to pick and choose. Yushu compared their disaster value and ranked them in order. She crossed out the last candidate and looked at the remaining 3 people for a while. "Miss, it's late. You should go to bed." Yundo yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She poured a cup of tea for Yushu and reminded her that it was late. Chapter 362. The next morning, when Yushu handed over the name list to Lu Tan, she said, "These 3 examinees have been carefully selected by me. From their horoscopes, it can be seen that each of them will have a period of good luck in recent days. If your Highness has another candidate in mind and needs to delete my name list, then the last person on this list can be used as a replacement. Or, if your Highness is willing to trust me, then it would be best to not change these 3 people." Lu Tan looked at the name list in his hand and bluntly asked Yushu, "How confident are you?" 8. Yushu didn't dare to say too much. Lu Tan thought for a moment, then handed the name list to the servant behind him and ordered, "Quickly arrange for someone to change the name card." "Yes." Yushu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Lu Tan wouldn't trust her and would change 2 people on her name list like last time. That would be a waste of her hard work for the past 2 days. By the way, Lu Tan suddenly said to Yushu, "Shigu's injury is getting better. Meishi Shu should appear at the Double Suns meeting in 2 days." Yushu was already used to hearing news about Jing Qin from other people. She calmly nodded to Lu Tan, indicating that she understood. Today was the 4th day of the new year. The results of the course of strange arts would be released on the 6th day. Tomorrow, the names of the princes would be sealed in Chongyulu. Today, the participants of the Double Suns meeting were a group of traders. Yushu hadn't been here for 2 days and just happened to be here. As soon as Axian Lu saw Yushu, he came over and sorrowfully asked her why she didn't come 2 days ago. Yushu lied that she wasn't feeling well and pointed to the lively scene on the riverbank. She asked Axian Lu, who had arrived earlier than her. Why are there so many people on the stage and they are all dressed the same? What's the meaning of this? Lu glanced downstairs. Oh, these people are all arranged by the Celestial Commissioner. Don't be fooled by their clothes. In fact, some are teachers and some are butchers who kill pigs and cows. Some people have good lives, while others have bad lives. It is used to test the methods of the traders who came to attend the meeting, to be able to distinguish between the real and the fake. I see. Yushu had not rested well for the past 2 nights. After leaning against the railing and gazing down for a while with Lu, he felt a little sleepy. Returning to his seat, he poured himself a cup of tea and rested his chin on his hand, his eyelids drooping. Cough. A light cough made Yushu suddenly sit up straight. She turned her head to look at her temporary boss, Lu Tan. Lu Tan stared downstairs. Without turning his head, he told her, "There's a resting room in the building. It's still early, so let the attendant take you there." It was not that Lu Tan was really considerate, but he was afraid that Yushu would fall asleep and snore in front of everyone and embarrass him. Yushu was indeed very sleepy. She gave an embarrassed smile to Lu Tan and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll be back after a short rest." Lu Tan waved his hand. Letting the attendant lead the way, Yushu and Lu excused themselves and followed him into the building. But they did not notice that not far away, there was a pair of lazy eyes that swept over their movements. This Cheongyu building had 3 floors and was very well equipped. There was a meeting hall, a dining hall, and a balcony. Of course, there was no lack of places for people to lie down. Yushu was brought to the corridor behind the building by the attendant. She pushed open the door to a room with a "Spring Grass Brushing Orchids" sign. Inside, there was a living room, a bedroom, a couch, and a bed. The windows were bright and clean. There were new branches in the vase at the door. It was clear that someone cleaned it every day. "I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up in an hour." Yushu was afraid of oversleeping. She told the attendant to leave. Closing the door, she entered the inner room. She took off her outer robe and hung it at the head of the bed. She took off her shoes and lay on the bed. She pulled over the fragrant quilt and closed her eyes. Louis twisted left and right on his chair. He saw that the seat beside Lu Tan was empty. In the end, he could not sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up, attracting the attention of both Chinkuan and Chinkuan. "Xiao Wang, go in and change." Lu Yi made an excuse and left his seat with his hands behind his back. He only brought a personal guard with him. Avoiding everyone's sight, he went around to the back of the building. There were 7 to 8 rooms in this row. Lu Yi squinted his eyes and pushed open the doors one by one. When he reached the 5th room, the door did not budge. Lu Yi pointed at the door that was closed from the inside. He ordered, "Open it." "Yes." Lu Yi's bodyguard lifted his leg and pulled out a thin dagger from his boot. He inserted it into the gap of the door and easily pried the door open. It was clear that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. "Guard the door. Do not enter." With that, Louis walked in and closed the door behind him, isolating himself from the outside world. The door to the inner room was ajar. Louis entered in a flash and immediately saw a bulging figure on the bed. He lowered his head and saw the person sleeping soundly on the pillow. Her hair was clearly tied up in a youth bun, but her cheeks were flushed red from sleep and half of her slender neck was exposed outside the quilt. It was obvious that this was a girl at the right age. When Louis saw this face, he couldn't help but remember the humiliation he had suffered in the princess's residence that day. An evil fire surged and the expression in his eyes changed. He raised his hand and used the back of his hand to gently rub the cheek of the person on the bed. He licked his lips and reached his hand into the blanket as he lowered his head. In her sleep, Yu Shu suddenly felt an itch on her face. She twisted her neck and wanted to scratch it, but she found that she could not move. It was as if a ghost was pressing down on her. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw darkness in front of her. A heavy breathing that did not belong to her was right beside her. After a moment of sluggishness, Yu Shu suddenly woke up from her dream. She realized that she was being pressed down by a man. There was also a cold hand under her quilt trying to pull open her clothes. She immediately turned pale with fright. Without thinking, she used brute force and clenched her teeth to hit that person. Ah! Lu Yi wasn't affected at all and Yu Shu bumped into him. The moment he kissed her face and touched her waist, he felt a sharp pain in his nose. He immediately rolled down from Yu Shu's body and covered his nose as he squatted by the bed. Yu Shu sat up in a fluster and tightly held on to the quilt. Her face was pale as she looked at the figure on the bed. Her body trembled and she was shocked and angry. She wanted to scold him, but just as she opened her mouth, she held it back. The people sitting in Cheongyu Pavilion were all high-ranking officials and nobles. If they really called someone over and saw this scene, then what kind of reputation would she have as a woman? You! Lu Yi covered his burning nose and stood up. He turned around and fiercely glared at Yu Shu. He opened his mouth and scolded, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." This time, Yu Shu clearly saw who it was. When she heard his scolding, she saw that this animal still had the guts to be angry at her. Her shoulders trembled and she gritted her teeth. She raised her leg and used all her strength to kick his lower body. Who cares if he was some bullshit prince, she would first waste this bastard. Seeing her move, Lu Yi quickly moved to dodge. He barely managed to move his body to the side and that kick landed on his hip, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Woo! Lu Yi gave a muffled groan as he held his hip. He thought that his waist was going to break. His face turned red and blue and his forehead was covered in a cold sweat. He only cared about the pain, and how could he care about threatening Yu Shu? While he was in a daze, a blanket covered his head, trapping his hands and feet. Following that, a series of kicks landed on his body. Lu Yi was caught off guard and could only cover his head as he endured the beatings. From within the blanket, he shouted for the guards outside. Yu Shu stood barefoot on the ground. Her hair was a mess and her eyes were filled with fire. She stomped on the person under the blanket. Her teeth chattered and she was so angry that she was muddled. Even when the guards outside the door rushed in and separated her and rescued Lu Tan from under her feet, her mind was still ringing. Beat her to death for me. Lu Yi's face was covered in blood as he was helped to a chair by the guards. His words were unclear as he trembled and pointed at Yu Shu. There was no longer a trace of desire in his body. Fire. The guards hesitantly looked at Yu Shu. They recognized her as the 9th Princess Kun Shi and hesitated on whether or not they should obey the order to make a move. After venting her anger, Yu Shu quickly calmed down. She looked at the master and servant not far away and her gaze landed on Lu Yi, who had a bloody nose and swollen face. Her heart sank as she knew that she had caused trouble due to her impulsiveness. It would not be easy for her to get away from this. She had hit a prince and this was not something that could be easily resolved with just an apology. Yu Shu's mind raced and she quickly sorted out the situation. First, she could not afford to lose. Second, she could not attract the attention of the people in front of her. Third, she could not let this brat take advantage of her. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and took 2 steps back. She pulled her coat over the head of the bed and sat on the head of the bed. She combed her hair and said in a deep voice, "I dare you to touch a single hair of mine." Lu Yi wiped the blood from his nose and gritted his teeth. "You are just a commoner. You dare to make a move on this prince and offend your superiors. Even if I beat you to death, you deserve it." Yu Shu coldly smiled. Then you better beat me to death right now. Let this year's twin sun gathering have one more life. If word gets out that the 11th prince molested a female customer and killed someone to vent his anger after failing to use force, then that would be spectacular. Louis glared and felt a little guilty. However, his entire body was aching and he did not want to go around Yu Shu. He took a deep breath and said, "You are trying to scare me. Do you think I will be afraid? I will not kill you, but I will break your legs. You can go and complain to Lu Tan and see if he will help you." Lu Yi was waiting for Yu Shu to be afraid. Who would have thought that there was no fear on her face? Instead, she gave him a disdainful look and said in a tough voice, "There is no need to find the 9th prince to help you. When my master enters the capital and goes to the palace to complain to his majesty, you can forget about being a prince. Just wait to be banished from the capital like the 4th prince." Lu Yi was taken aback when he heard how confident she sounded. "Your master," Yu Shu sarcastically said, "you are not stupid enough to think that I, a woman with no one to rely on, can escort the Daozi back to the capital, can call the eldest young master of the Shui family brother, and can be invited as a guest by the 9th prince? Let me tell you the truth. I am not afraid of you knowing. My master is a reclusive spiritual master of Mount Longhu. Even spiritual masters Hui Xian and Hui Su of the Tai sect have to respectfully greet my master. I am his last disciple. It is only because my master wants me to go out and gain experience that I am not allowed to mention his name. You fool, do you really think no one can help me?" Chapter 363. I dare you to touch me. Lu Yi was stunned by Yu Shu's roar. He did not even react when she pointed at his nose and scolded him. Not long ago, Jing Chen had caused a ruckus in the morning court. Lu Tan's direct descendant of Mount Longhu had been killed and the 4th prince, Lu Si, had been demoted. Even the inner palace had heard of the news. The emperor's anger had not yet subsided. A few of the palace masters and imperial concubines with status had privately warned their sons to be well behaved. The princes did not say that they were all in danger, but they were especially careful. At this time, if he caused trouble and implicated the Dao sects, he might become the second Jia Wang. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the back of Lu Yi's neck and his face turned ashen. Because Yu Shu's words were half true and half false, it did not arouse his suspicions. Looking at Yu Shu, who was even more arrogant than him, his anger at being beaten had mostly subsided. What was left was regret. He should not have been blinded by greed and gotten involved with this trouble. Counted as Xiao Wang's bad luck today, Louis pretended to stand and warned Yu Shu without confidence, "I did take advantage of you, but you also beat me to this state. At most, we are even. If you still want to protect your reputation as a woman, you are not allowed to speak of what happened today." Yu Shu coldly snorted. Seeing Louis take a step back, she was still unrelenting. "Are you unlucky or am I unlucky? I was just resting here and you, a dignified prince, snuck in here and tried to harm me first. Do you think I'm wrong for beating you up? Do you think we're even just because you say so? You did not even ask if I agreed or not." Lu Yi's expression changed. He wanted to explode but was afraid that he would force Yu Shu into a corner. If she did not care, he would be the one to suffer. He could only endure and said, "Then tell me, what do you want to do?" Yu Shu saw that Lu Yi was weak and did not feel relieved. Instead, her anger flared up again. She had not seen such a perverted person like Lu Yi before, but such a vexing thing had happened to her. This was the first time. Even though she was not a chaste woman, she still cherished herself. How could she tolerate Lu Yi's shamelessness? Yu Shu thought of what happened when she fell asleep. This little brat was kissing and touching her body, and when she woke up and bumped into him, he still had a self-righteous look on his face. She really wanted him to die without descendants. Yu Shu laughed at herself. She couldn't compare to Shui Yun, who had the backing of a large sect like Mount Longhu. If something happened, how could she have the confidence to make a prince pay with his life? Therefore, he could only fabricate a master to vent his anger. What do I want to do? Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and said coldly, unless you kneel down and apologize to me, this matter is not over. Lu Yi was tongue-tied as he looked at Yu Shu in disbelief. After a long while, he stammered, You bastard. How dare you make this little Wang kneel to you? Dream on. Yu Shu did not utter a word. She stared at Lu Yi like a frog staring at a fly. No, I won't kneel. I am a prince. How can I kneel to a little girl like you? Don't even think about it. Lu Yi was a little scared by her stare. He turned his head and said in a muffled voice, If you change it to something else, this little Wang will do as you say. Yu Shu did not really want him to kneel to her. Seeing him admit defeat, her eyes flashed. She sneered and said, It's fine if you don't kneel. From today onwards, don't come to the Double Sun group. Otherwise, when I see you, I will think of your shameless behavior. When I see my master, I can't guarantee that I won't complain to him and let him teach you a lesson on my behalf. The Double Sun group was only halfway through. There were still 2 more courses to go, as well as the main event of the imperial examinations. This was a once-in-3 years opportunity to form alliances. If Lu Yi backed out midway, he would definitely suffer losses. This lesson was not light. Lu Yi's expression was ugly. With his red and swollen nose, he clasped his hands together and weighed the weight. It looked like he was unwilling to agree. Otherwise, you can kneel and apologize to me. Yu Shu was not in the mood to wait for him to consider. Let me remind you, I asked someone to wake me up before I slept. It's about time. When the person comes down, I want to see how you explain yourself. As the saying goes, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. It should have been Yu Shu who cared about her reputation and didn't want to make it public, but she just had to act like she didn't care, which made Lu Yi worry. Okay. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and stood up suddenly. He glared at Yu Shu. This little Wang lost his footing and fell down the stairs. His injuries are not light and I need to rest in the guest house. I won't come to the Double Sun group anymore. Are you satisfied now? Yu Shu smiled mockingly and said, As long as you don't let me see you again during the Double Sun group, when my anger subsides, I will just pretend that I was bitten by a dog and not remember. You! Lu Yi flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he could not lose his temper. He flung his sleeves, but it caused his muscles and bones to ache. He took a few cold breaths and did not look at Yu Shu again. He put his arm around the guard's shoulder and limped away. Yu Shu heard the sound of the door being slammed outside and relaxed her cold expression. She first closed the door to the inner room and silently returned to the bed. She sat down weakly and slowly lifted her numb legs to the side of the bed. She wrapped them around her knees and expressionlessly stared at the pile of brocade quilts on the ground in a daze. She sat there motionlessly until the servant outside the door asked her softly. She suddenly came back to her senses. Miss Yu, are you awake? Oh, I'm awake. Yu Shu replied in a hoarse voice. Thinking that she could not let others see the mess in the room, she ordered the servant outside the door, Please help me get a basin of water so I can wash my face and wake up. Yes, please wait a moment, Mississippi. The footsteps outside the door faded away. Yu Shu wiped her face and cheered herself up. She bent down to pick up her shoes and put them on. She tidied up her clothes, cleaned up the bed and the floor, and wiped away the few drops of blood from Lu Yi's nose on the floor. When the servant came back with the water, she had already returned to normal. From her appearance, it was impossible to tell that she had been wronged. Yushu tidied herself up and followed the servant back to the long corridor of Cheongyu Tower. She sat next to Lu Tan and looked over Lu Yi's seat. When she saw the empty seat between Qinkuan and Qinkuan, her heart calmed down. As long as Lu Yi could take the scare, she was sure that he would not find someone to testify. Regardless of anything else, it would be shameful for him to be beaten black and blue by a woman. She was afraid that he would not even tell Lu Hao, let alone get to the bottom of it and care about whether she really had a Taoist master. Yushu was very experienced in deceiving people and was not overcautious. Although Lu Yi had been dealt with, such an evil thing had happened. Yushu was in a bad mood. She sat in Cheongyu Tower and did not pay attention to the liveliness on the arena. She could not let anyone notice her abnormality and get involved with Lu Yi's withdrawal. She could only sit there and not ask for Lu Tan's resignation. When it was almost time for lunch, Lu Tan was the first to notice that Lu Yi was missing and asked about it. After hearing the news, Lu Hao told the other brothers that Lu Yi had fallen down when he went downstairs and had gone back first. Although Lu Tan was puzzled, he did not ask much. He did not have a good relationship with Lu Yi. If he cared about his injury now, he would be suspected of putting on a show. Yushu kept her head down and followed Lu Tan into the dining room as if nothing had happened. She did not notice a gaze staring at her from behind. Xingxuan. Sensing that the person beside him was a little distracted, Lu Hao called out to her and asked worriedly, "Does your stomach still hurt? Do you want to lie down at the back and rest for a while? I'll get someone to send you food." Chapter 364. That night, Yushu lay on the bed, tossing and turning restlessly. Whenever she thought about what happened in Cheongyu during the day, it was as if she had swallowed a bug. She couldn't calm down. Unfortunately, when encountering such a vexing matter, her heart was suppressed, but she couldn't tell anyone. She had a father and a mother, but she was just a commoner. She also had a sworn brother, but she couldn't implicate him. She even had a sect, but she only had a wandering master. She had yet to realize her own ambitions. To put it bluntly, she was just a guest whose words carried little weight. Just like what Lu Yi had said, no one could stand up for her. Thus, she could only bluff and come up with a backer to fool Lu Yi and scare him away. Yushu recalled the words she used to scare Lu Yi and couldn't help but laugh at herself. If I really had such an incredible master, I wouldn't have to be so timid. I'd probably be living a much easier life now. Yushu couldn't help but think of Daoist Qingjing. He was the old man who guided her through the door of studies. He had the temperament of a reclusive expert. It was a pity that she didn't even know his real name, so she couldn't investigate his identity and background. Their master-disciple relationship had only been a few months, so it couldn't be considered a deep relationship. However, to Yushu, if she hadn't met Daoist Qingjing, she didn't know where she would be working hard to make a living. Yushu didn't forget her promise to Qingjing that when she had a firm foothold in the capital, she would help him find the fairy maiden Lu Ren book. Right now, she was just a small guest. She didn't know when she would be able to fulfill her promise to Daoist Qingjing. However, while she was still alive, she definitely had to find that book. Otherwise, if she really reincarnated as a mangy dog in her next life, she would definitely cry. AI. Yushu rubbed her head and let her imagination run wild. Suddenly, she remembered that Daoist Qingjing had given her a small item. After recalling for a while, she sat up on the bed. She put on her clothes and walked to the wardrobe. Opening it, she stuck her head inside to search. I remember that I put it away in the forest. Where did it go? Yushu muttered to herself as she rummaged through the cabinet. Finally, she found a half-worn snakeskin bag in the corner and fished out a ring-shaped hard object. She quickly took it out and showed it to Yushu. It was a ring made of black iron. Its surface was smooth, and there was not even a pattern on it. She tried it on a few fingers and finally put it on the index finger of her left hand. The size was just right. The metal felt cold against her skin. Yushu opened her palm and looked at it under the light. She vaguely recalled Daoist Qing Zhang's reminder when he gave her the ring. He told her to always carry it with her. She hadn't taken it off on purpose. It was only after she escaped from the merchant ship. When she was hunting sparrows in the forest by the river, she used this ring to catch bird feathers and kept them in her bag. With so many things to deal with, he had forgotten about it. Putting it back on her hand, Yushu didn't intend to take it off again. Although there was nothing special about this ring, the thing that Master Qingjing gave her must be useful. It wouldn't harm her. After tidying up the wardrobe, Yushu lay on the bed again and covered herself with the quilt. She gently fiddled with the iron ring on her finger and thought about future arrangements. She didn't fall asleep until dawn outside the window. On the 6th day of the 3rd month, the results of the Daoist unusual technique were finally released. Yushu didn't sleep well for 2 consecutive nights. This morning, she still woke up early to accompany Lu Tan. They went to the Spring Wave River together for the meeting. On the 3rd floor, another prince had left in the past 2 days. There were only 4 seats left in the corridor. It should have been much more empty. However, yesterday, Lu Hao proposed to invite several nobles who were sitting on the 2nd floor to sit upstairs. So when Yushu arrived today, she saw that not only was the space not spacious, but there were also a few more people. She recognized some of the people who were invited upstairs. Yushu saw Prince Yang's heir, Lu Jiong, and Commandery Princess Shiwen beside him. She recognized them, but she didn't greet them with a straight face. It should be known that she had some conflicts with that young Commandery Princess. On the contrary, Shiwen and Ji Xingxuan had a good relationship. Not long after, they sat together. There was another seat in the corridor. It had been empty since the day Yushu came. It was arranged on the other side of Lu Tan. It was Jing Chen's seat. Yushu heard from Lu Tan that Jing Chen might come today. When she saw that the seat was empty, she thought that he wouldn't come. Unexpectedly, Jing Chen arrived not long after the drums were beaten. He only brought 2 palace guards with him. He wore a bamboo green Taoist robe with a silver totem embroidered on the hem. He had a jade hairpin in his hair and a sword at his waist. His eyes were as calm as the mountains and rivers. When the princes saw him, although they had different expressions, they all greeted him in a friendly tone. Jing Chen politely responded to everyone. When he saw Yushu sitting beside Lu Tan, he smiled at her and sat next to them. He turned his head to talk to them. "Uncle, how is youngest aunt these days?" Lu Tan asked with concern. "She has been taking medicine every day. She is in a calm state of mind and much better." "Then I'm relieved. Last time you mentioned using warm jade as medicine. I sent someone to find one and send it over tonight." The 2 of them talked non-stop about Shui Yun's injury. Yushu couldn't get a word in and didn't want to join their conversation. Seeing that Jing Chen looked fine and didn't look like he was overworked, she was relieved to divert her attention. She flipped through a book of Yi that she brought with her in the morning. After some time, she heard Jing Chen call her name. "Xiaoyu." "Ah. What's wrong?" Yushu turned her head and waited for Jing Chen to speak. "How did you memorize the 2 manuscripts?" Jing Chen looked at Yushu and blamed himself. He had promised to teach Yushu the secret techniques of the sect, but he couldn't find the time to teach her. Yushu said, "I've read it once, but I only memorized 2 or 3 pages. I haven't had much time recently. I want to wait until the end of the twin suns gathering to study it properly. At that time, you should have time to teach me." Jing Chen nodded. Lu Tan heard what they were talking about and asked, "What manuscripts? What does senior brother want to teach Miss Yu?" Yu Shu glanced at Jing Qin. She wasn't sure if she could tell Lu Tan that he had taught her the chaotic sky divination record. However, when she saw Jing Chen's hesitant expression, it seemed that he couldn't say it clearly. He didn't want to lie, so he considerately explained to Lu Tan, "I have some questions about the metaphysics of feng shui. I asked Jing Chen before, and he remembered that the sect had a secret record of feng shui, so he memorized it for me so that I can use it as reference." Lu Tan nodded. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, he didn't ask further. There were still 2 hours until the results were released. Yu Shu listened to Jing Chen and Lu Tan chatting. After drinking a few cups of tea, she felt like escaping into the water. She got up to apologize to Lu Tan and left to go downstairs to relieve herself. The toilet in Cheongyu Tower was built on the corner of the 2nd floor. It was a large room with a lock. The inside and outside of the room were smoked with incense, and there was fresh water on the shelf under the window. Yu Shu washed her hands and shook the water off as she walked out. Her head was half lowered, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the door and blocking her way. Yu Shu looked up the skirt with a jade pendant. When she saw the person's face, she frowned in surprise and asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 365. Let's have a discussion. Yu Shu had been sitting in Cheongyu for so many days, and she and Ji Xingxuan had always ignored each other. Now that she was suddenly stopped by her and opened her mouth to talk, Yu Shu subconsciously became vigilant. "There's nothing for us to discuss." Yu Shu directly bypassed Ji Xingxuan and walked out the door. She had only taken 2 steps when she heard someone say behind her, "I wasn't feeling well in the morning the day before yesterday, so I went to the back room to rest." Who knew that it would be noisy next door, and through the wall, I actually heard a good show. It was very interesting. Yu Shu's body froze, and her expression changed. She slowly turned around and looked at Ji Xingxuan. On one hand, she was trying to discern whether she was speaking the truth, but on the other hand, she didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that she had eavesdropped on the wall the day before yesterday. It was unknown when the green veil covering Ji Xingxuan's face had been taken off, revealing an extremely elegant face. She was a typical water beauty, and every frown and every smile was as gentle as water. Especially her pair of eyes, which were full of quiet, could cause one's heart to sway, and give birth to a desire to get close to her. If Yu Shu didn't know that Ji Xingxuan, this beauty, was born with a selfish and cold temperament, just looking at her face would make it hard for her to feel hostile. "Oh. What show did you see? Tell me, I want to hear it." Ji Xingxuan chuckled, and muttered in a low voice, "I didn't know that Miss Lianfang has a Daoist master." "If you are referring to Daoist priest Qingjing, then I can tell you that he is indeed a Daoist master, but he can't be compared to those few Daoist masters of the Greater One Path. How can he speak for you in front of His Majesty?" She caught the stiffness in Yu Shu's expression and stopped smiling. She asked again in a playful tone, "Can we discuss it now?" Hearing what Ji Xingxuan said, Yu Shu didn't show any signs of impatience on her face, but she was annoyed in her heart. It didn't matter who heard what she said to Louis that day. If someone found out, at most, she wouldn't admit to it. However, Ji Xingxuan knew her background, so she used her as a scapegoat. It would be strange if he didn't use this opportunity to threaten them. It was a good day for her to go out in the morning and look at the lunar calendar. Casting the hexagram was also a good omen. Who would have thought that there was a villain waiting here? "What do we have to discuss? Tell me." Ji Xingxuan was no longer in a hurry to speak. She lowered her head and flicked her sleeves. She raised her eyebrows and said casually, "You seem to have forgotten that I am now a DE master. Why didn't you greet me when you saw me?" There was a difference in status among the masters. The masters who passed the DE examination would have their names recorded in the Celestial Commissioner's office. A Dai master would receive the imperial court's tribute. Even a normally master would have to show respect to a Dai master, not to mention a Dai master who could set up his own office. Yu Shu gritted her teeth. She saw that Ji Xingxuan was deliberately making things difficult for her. She wanted to turn around and leave, but she knew that she could not. She could only endure it. She thought that she would not die if she paid her respects, so she raised her hands and bowed. She lowered her head and raised her forehead. She said unhappily, "Student Yu Shu greets teacher Ji." Ji Xingxuan suddenly smiled. Seeing that Yu Shu lowered her head, her eyes showed a trace of pleasure. She pointed to the end of the corridor and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Follow me." Yu Shu doesn't want to talk to her here, so she doesn't follow her. She doesn't want to talk to her here. She doesn't want to follow her. Instead, she turned around and walked towards the staircase. "Let's talk downstairs." She went downstairs on her own. She was not worried that Ji Xingxuan would not follow her. Cheongyu Tower faced the bank of the Chunlan River. Behind the tower was a small garden. There was no one around, so it was much quieter. Ji Xingxuan followed Yu Shu to an old banyan tree and saw her turn around. She turned around and stopped. "This is it. Speak quickly if you have something to say." Yu Shu's tone was not good. Ji Xingxuan did not care. She raised her head to look at the layers of branches of the banyan tree. She slowly said, "You only taught me half of the 6 lines wondrous art. Other than the general principles, there should be a few other corresponding incantations. Also, little Qiao, hand them to me. If you don't want to deceive me, I will let you go this time." Yu Shu blinked her eyes when she heard Ji Xingxuan's conditions. She suddenly smiled and looked at Ji Xingxuan. She said mockingly, "Back then, I promised to teach you, but you didn't learn from me. Instead, you just wanted to frame me. Now that things have come to this, you're threatening me and forcing me to give in. Dream on." Ji Xingxuan's gaze fell back onto Yu Shu's face. Seeing that Yu Shu was unwilling to cooperate, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she said coldly and faintly, "Then I can only tell His Highness Ning Wang the truth about you deceiving the 11th Imperial Prince. Offending your superiors, improper conduct, having an affair with an Imperial Prince, any of these are enough for you to lose a layer of skin. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The 11th Imperial Prince is not someone to be trifled with. If he finds out that you fell for your trick, he will suffer for nothing. He will have ways to punish you. Maybe he will use that day's matter to take you as a concubine and torture you when you return. You are just a merchant who has not finished his apprenticeship and is not from a noble family. Do you think you can refute him? I want to see if you can still smile at that time." When Yu Shu heard Ji Xingxuan's malicious words, she couldn't help but frown. She knew that Ji Xingxuan wasn't just trying to scare her. Lu Yi, that unscrupulous bastard, was really capable of doing such a wicked thing. Thinking that she could be forcefully taken back by that kind of shameless person to be a concubine, Yu Shu wanted to vomit the food she ate the night before. "How about it? Have you thought it through? Is the 6-line divination technique more important, or is it you? You're a smart person, so you shouldn't be confused." Ji Xingxuan calmly waited for Yu Shu's answer, as she was sure that she wouldn't refuse her request. Yu Shu's brows furrowed and then relaxed. Looking at the young girl in front of her who was an enemy and not a friend, she slowly nodded and said, "You are right. How could I be confused?" Finishing, she took a step forward without warning. Her eyes did not look sideways as she walked past Ji Xingxuan. Without another word, she wanted to leave. Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She quickly turned around and called out to Yu Shu with an ugly expression, "Are you not going to promise me?" Yu Shu stopped in her tracks but did not turn around. She only raised her voice and said coldly, "Since you know that I am a smart person, why would you still ask such a stupid question? Could it be that if I give you the 6 lines divination diagram, you won't talk nonsense to others? If I promise you, then I am the one who is stupid." "Humph, if I am stupid, the ones who were sent to prison by the Celestial Commissioner to await death would not be you and your granddaughter. Lord G would still be doing his job as the magistrate of the right. How could he become a dead man just to protect you?" Ji Xingxuan's face turned pale after hearing Yu Shu's words. Especially the last sentence, it was like a knife stabbing into her heart. "What happened that day? If you want to say it, just say it. Let's see if I will be at your mercy as you wish." Yu Shu sneered and went upstairs without looking back, leaving Ji Xingxuan standing alone under the tree. Her face turned green and then red. She held the tree trunk to steady her feet. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "Then I will see if you will die a horrible death as I wish." Chapter 366. I wish all my readers good health in the new year, and good luck. Congratulations on making a fortune. Here's to you. Yu Shu returned to her seat and gazed at the indigo riverbank in the distance. She was no longer looking forward to the results of today's release as much as before. At this moment, her mind was spinning quickly, thinking about how to deal with the troubles that might appear next. She had directly rejected Ji Xingxuan's request not because she was impulsive. Instead, she had considered the current situation. Even if Lu Yi knew that he had been tricked and could not take it lying down, it was unlikely that he would come after her during the double sun gathering. After all, she was now Lu Tan's guest. She had replaced Shui Yun and sat in such an obvious position. If something happened, it would not look good on anyone. Therefore, at least during the double sun gathering, she did not have to worry about Lu Yi doing anything to her. She still had time to think about countermeasures. However, after the double sun gathering, she would be in a terrible situation. Based on Lu Yi's petty character, he would definitely not let her off the hook. Needless to say, Ji Xingxuan would be the same. Damn it. She could have discussed this with Shui Rui. However, her brother had left the capital 2 days ago. She did not know when he would be back. Jing Chen, who was talking to Lu Tan, gradually realized that Yu Shu had been frowning ever since she returned. She stared blankly outside the building as if she was troubled. Therefore, he walked past Lu Tan and called out to her, "Xiao Yu." When Yu Shu heard Jing Chen calling her, she stopped her train of thought and turned to look at him. When she saw his concerned gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Should she tell Jing Chen that she had hit Lu Yi and ask him for help? That way, she would be able to compensate Lu Yi. As soon as this idea came to mind, Yu Shu felt that it was feasible. Although she and Jing Chen had become estranged because of what happened to Shui Yun, their friendship was not fake. If Jing Chen knew that Lu Yi was plotting against her, he would definitely not stand idly by. Furthermore, given Jing Chen's current noble status as a Daoist, even a prince would have to be courteous to him. As long as Jing Chen was able to suppress Lu Yi, she had her own ways to deal with Ji Xingxuan. Yu Shu sorted out her priorities and immediately decided to have a chat with Jing Chen after the Shuangyang group ended today. At this point, she could no longer rely on acting smart to get by. If she didn't ask for help from a friend, was she really going to wait to be someone else's concubine? Jing Chen, Yu Shu cleared her throat and said, "I want to visit Miss Shui. I'll go with you back to the princess's mansion after this afternoon." "All right." Jing Chen didn't think much about it and agreed. He didn't know that Yu Shu was looking for an excuse. She didn't really want to see Shui Yun. Yu Shu relaxed and her expression became much more relaxed. She was about to say something when she saw a familiar-looking guard hurriedly walking towards her from the corner of her eye. "Your Highness." That guard was standing behind Lu Tan. He first greeted him, then turned to Jing Chen and reported in a low voice. It wasn't very quiet upstairs. Yu Shu couldn't hear what he said even if she listened carefully. However, she saw that Jing Chen's expression had changed. He stood up from his chair and said to the puzzled Lu Tan, "Chong Yun, I'll go back first. Help me explain to the others. What happened?" Lu Tan asked anxiously. "Is it little martial ant?" Jing Chen nodded and didn't explain further. He glanced at Yu Shu and said, "It's not convenient today. I'll invite you to the princess's mansion another day." Yu Shu didn't know what happened, but she guessed that there was something wrong with Shui Yun's body. Seeing that Jing Chen was in a hurry to go back, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that she wouldn't be able to talk to him today. A trace of disappointment flashed in her heart. She replied, "And then another day." Jing Chen finished speaking and left with his people. He didn't say goodbye to the others upstairs, but many people saw him leave and asked someone to ask Lu Tan. Lu Tan played dumb with these people and didn't say that Jing Chen went back because something happened to Shui Yun. With Jing Chen's departure, Yu Shu sitting upstairs lost the mood. She listened indifferently to the applause coming from the two sides of the arena downstairs. She held a cup of hot tea until her palms turned cold. Unknowingly, it was almost time for the results to be released. The area downstairs was cleared and the imperial censor appeared. The announcement board with the list of names was carried out. Yu Shu forced herself to focus and listen to the imperial censor's announcement. She compared the candidates of the remaining 4 princes. In terms of difficulty, the number of people who took the first place in the 6 examinations of the Dian was usually the least. And those who were qualified to be on the list were rarely not from prestigious families. This phenomenon wasn't strange. It wasn't easy to learn Yi. Ordinary people who didn't have a family background wouldn't have the opportunity to come into contact with superior Yi techniques. Before the examination started, Yu Shu had once entered the library pavilion of the Imperial Historian's Library through Shui Rui and browsed through the examination papers of the past years. In the 200 years since the Dian's examination started, the examination questions of the Extraordinary Arts course were strange of every description, and all of them were tricky. If one wanted to excel in the examination paper, then one must have a good reason and evidence, and moreover, one had to cite the extraordinary arts. Only then would one be able to enter the discerning eyes of the few great figures in the imperial astronomer. The imperial censor first opened the name list of Prince Ning and the 8th prince. There were 6 name cards in total, each different. Then it was Lu Tan's turn. The 9th prince's name card is changed. One is Taiyuan candidate Duan Hingji, one is Jiangxi's Fu County candidate Wang Ku, one is Yanyang City candidate Wen Xiao, and when Yu Shu heard the imperial censor read Wen Xiao An's name, she was relieved. Previously, she was afraid that Lu Tan would change her name list. It wasn't a pity that the other 2 names were changed, but Wen Xiao An was the number 1 candidate that she had calculated from the name list given by Lu Tan out of more than 70 candidates. If Wen Xiao An did well and entered the top 3, then Yu Shu's position would be secure. No one would see her as a stopgap. If Lu Tan knew people well, he would definitely choose her. In this way, she would have another layer of protection. Thinking of this, Yu Shu couldn't help but feel more energetic. She poured away the cold tea in her hand and refilled a cup of hot tea in her palm. She opened her eyes and looked at the riverbank in the distance, waiting for the people copying the results to arrive quickly. Across the table, Helinshu noticed Yu Shu's anxious expression. He pinched his lips and smiled. He tilted his head and said to Lu Tan, "Your Highness, look. Miss Yu looks even more anxious than you are." Lu Tan looked at Yu Shu and said to her, "You don't need to be nervous. If someone enters the top 3, then that would be for the best. If they don't, I won't blame you." Yu Shu embarrassedly smiled at Lu Tan and sighed in her heart. She wasn't worried that they would fail. She was worried that Wen Xiao and the dark horse would not be able to enter the top 3 for her. Just as they were talking, the sound of people outside the building suddenly increased. Yu Shu looked out and found that there were officials on horseback in the distance. They were pushing through the crowd on the riverbank and rushing towards Cheongyu Tower. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she almost stood up from her chair. "They're here, the people copying the results are here." The voices of people below rose and fell. Dang, 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 dang. The imperial censor saw that the situation was a bit chaotic and ordered the guards to beat the gongs and drums hanging on a stand to the side. After a while, the 2 officials in charge of escorting the results finally squeezed downstairs and handed the sealed copy of the scroll to the imperial censor. After the 2 censors inspected it, they opened the scroll. The one on the left held it up and announced, "Year Zhaoqing, Year 3 of the Great Yen Examination, Spring Roll of the 5th Subject of Physiognomy." A total of 39 people passed the roll, rank 39, Wei Province examinee. As soon as the results were read, Yu Shu heard a burst of shocked discussion in Cheongyu Tower. Even Lu Tan couldn't help but say to Helen Chu, "How come only these few people passed the wondrous art subject?" Helen Chu also found it strange. He had been in the capital for so many years and had experienced several great Yen examination. It should be known that the wondrous arts subject often gathered the descendants of aristocratic families. More than half of the people on the golden roll, which could accommodate 100 people, were considered few. But this time, only 39 people passed. Could it be that the questions this year were really that difficult? Yu Shu didn't care about how many people passed. She only wanted to know the rankings of the 3 people she had chosen. The higher they were, the happier she was. As long as they could surpass the people that Ji Xingxuan had chosen and steal her limelight, that would be satisfying. There were 30-something people in total. The imperial censor quickly read out half of the list. The first person to pass was an examinee on Ning Wang's list. He was ranked 24th. There were many people sitting on the 3rd floor today. There were many people who wanted to curry favor and loudly congratulated Lu Hao. Lu Hao had Ji Xingxuan, the hideous great E-master in his prime, accompanying him. His face was flushed with success. He raised his hands towards Lu Tan and Lu Du from afar and said with a clear laugh, "8th brother, 9th brother. My apologies, this brother was ahead of you." Lu Du was envious but didn't dare to directly say anything sour to Lu Hao. He laughed dryly and turned his head to the side. Just as Lu Tan was about to congratulate Lu Hao, Helen Chu's sharp ears heard the imperial censor read out the next name. The corners of his mouth curled up and he somewhat unceremoniously interrupted Lu Tan's voice. He said with joy, "Congratulations, Your Highness. Another person has been chosen. He is ranked 21st. Lu Tan was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His eyes revealed a bit of joy. He nodded and looked at Yu Shu with a slightly profound look. Then, he turned his face towards Lu Hao and cupped his hands in obeisance. He said loudly, "Thanks to 7th brother's happiness, I also have my eyes on someone." Lu Hao's smile paused for a moment. Without changing his expression, he replied, "Congratulations, 9th brother." Lu Du saw that Lu Tan had also been chosen. He was happy and turned to congratulate Lu Tan. His words implied that he was envious of his good luck. Yu Shu, on the other hand, did not feel excited. She used the rule of time of misfortune to be sure that the 3 people she had chosen were all on the list. The earlier the names were read out, the worse it would be. Yu Shu didn't want to hear the name of the person she had chosen too early. However, after a moment, the imperial censor read out another person on Lu Tan's list. 18th place, Taiyuan candidate, Duan Hengji. Congratulations, Your Highness. Lu Tan was dealing with Lu Du suddenly. He heard someone congratulating him. With Helen Chu's reminder, he knew that another person had been chosen. He couldn't hide the surprise on his face. He turned to look at Yushu. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Since when did the talents of the Shuangyang meeting become so easy to pick? His youngest aunt master was a descendant of the Taoism sect. She had extraordinary wisdom and a rare treasure in her hands. That was why she could recognize people at a glance. However, wasn't this Yushu a self-taught genius? Where did she get this ability? Yushu was in a dilemma because of the two people's low rankings. She didn't notice Lu Tan's probing gaze. On the other side, because of Lu Tan's second success, Lu Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. However, there were some people who had a screw loose in their heads. They talked in a loud voice. How is it that the ninth prince is still so lucky without the help of that fairy master? Who do you think the lady on his banquet is? I heard that she has some relationship with Daozi. Princess Shiwen was sitting beside Ji Xingxuan. She had heard about the grudge between the Ji family and Yushu. Hearing these discussions and seeing Ji Xingxuan's cold expression, she snorted and attracted the attention of both sides. I know that Lady Lianfang. She is also a candidate in this year's Dian examination. However, she doesn't seem to have a name on the list. She is just a regular customer. There were 6 subjects in the Dian examination. Other than arithmetic, which was unique, the other 5 subjects were, anyone who passed one subject would be promoted to a Master of Changing. Anyone who passed 2 subjects in the same year would be promoted to a Great Master of Changing. If the customers wanted to be promoted, they could only rely on the unique arts. As everyone knew, the unique arts was the most difficult of the 6 subjects. In other words, Yushu didn't have much hope of being promoted this year. When everyone heard this, they immediately lost interest in Yushu. The topic of conversation changed. Shiwen sneered. She turned to Ji Xingxuan and whispered in her ear, "Don't be disappointed by that kind of person. You are a hideous great master of changing, the most outstanding person in the Dian examination this year. Your future is limitless. Who can surpass you? Older sister has higher standards. Don't always be fixated on those good-for-nothings." Ji Xingxuan laughed at her words. She shook her head and said, "I know. Princess, don't be angry because of me." Shiwen pouted. She thought, how could Ji Xingxuan know about the grudge between me and Yushu? Yushu did not know that someone was talking about her. She was listening attentively to the censor who was slowly reading out the names. As the censor continued to read out the names, her heart started to beat faster and faster. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating from clenching her fists. 8th, no. 7th, no. 6th, still no. Yushu's heart was in her throat. She wanted to urge the imperial censor to read faster, but she was afraid that when Xiao An's name would come out too early. Her mouth was dry, but she didn't even dare to take a sip of tea. 4th place, examinee of the LoveLore Library, Sun Wu. When Yushu heard this name, her brows furrowed. If she didn't remember incorrectly, this person was on Ning Wang's list. As expected, in the next moment, she heard someone congratulate Lu Hao from upstairs. Turning to look, she saw that Lu Hao had already stood up. As he dealt with the compliments around him, he raised a cup of tea and offered it to Ji Xingxuan, who was sitting at the Kuan table. He said in a loud and clear voice, "Ben Wang uses tea in place of wine to thank Kuan's seat." This sentence, "this cup of tea," was offered by a Wang Yi. It was obvious that he was trying to boost the popularity of Ji Xingxuan, the newly promoted DE master. Everyone present was a shrewd person. They understood Lu Hao's intentions and prepared to go with the flow. Just as they were preparing to say something nice, no one paid attention to the name that the imperial censor read out next. But at this time, someone shouted in joy from upstairs, the voice loud and clear over everyone else, "Congratulations, Your Highness, the third member of Lianzhong has obtained a fragrant husband." Everyone turned to look and saw a delicate and pretty young girl standing up from the Kuan table beside Lu Tan. Her face was red as she congratulated Lu Tan. It was Yushu. It turned out that just now, the imperial censor had read out Wen Xiaoan's name. He had just entered the third rank of the odd arts and was ranked as a fragrant husband. When Yushu heard Wen Xiaoan's name, she was so excited that her face turned red. A fragrant husband. Even though he wasn't the champion, he was enough to help Lu Tan suppress Lu Hao. This was a big show. When she shouted out, it destroyed the atmosphere that Lu Hao had just created. Ji Xingxuan was surrounded by a group of people and reservedly offered tea to Lu Hao. Her face immediately darkened and she looked coldly in the direction of Yushu. The atmosphere upstairs immediately froze. Everyone stood there and were in a dilemma. For a moment, they didn't know if they should first cater to Lu Hao or congratulate the winner of today's competition, Lu Tan. In this moment of silence, no one saw the imperial censor turn his head to look at the name cards hanging on the notice board and then compare them to the list in his hand. He cleared his throat and slowly announced, "Second place, Yangzhou Ziyang examinee, Yushu." Cheongyu Tower wasn't very tall. The third floor was only a little over 3 meters above the ground. This imperial censor wasn't very old, but he was full of energy. Standing on the 3-foot-high stage, the surroundings were quiet, so his voice was especially loud. Yushu was extremely happy because Wen Xiaoan had obtained the third rank. Coincidentally, she heard her name coming from downstairs. She had a confused expression and looked left and right, thinking that someone was calling her. The first to react was actually Lu Tan. He was only stunned for a moment before he stood up from his chair. His expression was one of surprise and joy. He asked Yushu with uncertainty, "Miss Yu is from Yangzhou Ziyang examinee?" Yushu nodded. Her eyes blinked and suddenly widened. When Lu Tan saw her reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. He squinted his eyes and looked at her with a different gaze. However, he said in a light tone, "Congratulations to Miss for obtaining the third rank." Heelin Cho also stood up to congratulate her and laughed as he cupped his hands at Yushu. Yushu's blood rushed to her head and her face was flushed red. She felt that everything that had happened wasn't real. She had actually passed the exam. Moreover, she was ranked second before Wen Xiaoan. She was worthy of hideous. What a great prize. Although Yushu wasn't on Lu Tan's list, she was still Lu Tan's guest. Being a guest at the table was also an honor. Moreover, she had just obtained the third rank, so she already had a fragrant husband. With the addition of hideous, wouldn't it be 4 more happy events? Compared to not long ago, when Lu Tan, with Shui Yun's help, won the first rank in one fell swoop, it wasn't inferior at all. The people sitting upstairs were all people who knew when the wind blew. When they heard that the momentum had shifted to Lu Tan, they forgot about the stalemate earlier. One by one, they went to congratulate Lu Tan and Yushu. The sound of congratulations rang out incessantly, and Ji Xingxuan, who was like the moon surrounded by stars, was left out in the cold. Ji Xingxuan stood there awkwardly. She forced a smile and pretended to sit back down as if nothing had happened. "All of you should be quiet. Didn't you see that even the imperial censor can't speak? The champion hasn't come out yet." Shiwen suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on them. Her hand squeezed Ji Xingxuan's arm under the table, hinting for her not to be impatient. The group of people then realized that the imperial censor hadn't spoken for a long time and was left out in the cold. Lu Hao maintained his composure and waved his hand downstairs. "Will the imperial censor please continue to read the results?" The imperial censor's expression was strange. He held the results and studied it with his colleague beside him for a while. He cupped his hands and reported upstairs, replying to Prince Ning, "This year's De Yuan Qi Arts examination has an empty first rank. There is no one above hideous." Chapter 367. Since the inception of the De Yen examination, it wasn't that there had never been a vacancy in the top 3, but it wasn't a lot. Usually, it was because the examinees' answers didn't meet the criteria of the Celestial Commissioner to be able to enter the top 3, and among them, the number of vacancies for the champion was the highest. During the peaceful era, there was a record of only 2 champions emerging from the 6 major examinations. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the champion of the Odd Arts course was vacant this year. To others, this might have been a pity, but to Yu Shu, it was an unexpected piece of good news. Without the champion of the top 3, she, the Hyde one who was ranked second, had vaguely become half the champion. She had ascended the rankings, attracting the admiration of others, a champion who wasn't the champion. Realizing this, Yu Shu's entire face was radiant like a spring flower. She was truly happy. This Hyde one had really come at the right time. When the group of people in Cheongyu Lu recovered from the shock of not having a champion in the rankings, they all turned to look at the lucky Hyde one, Yu Shu. Lu Chan's Kun Shi, Xan Lu, had unknowingly appeared beside Yu Shu. She held hands with a smile as she congratulated this new friend. She knew that Yu Shu had previously been a mere trader. After passing this course, she had just been promoted to a master shifter. Although it couldn't compare to the glory of a grand shifter, there were only a few grand shifter masters every year in Diyen. As for the top 3 of the Odd Arts course, it had a different meaning, and was definitely worth befriending. Their Xan family was one of the 12 aristocratic families in the capital. They had been around for less than 100 years and ranked last among the 12 aristocratic families. However, they were able to firmly occupy a spot in the 5 great exchange halls. Their Xan family was good at making friends and had a discerning eye for talent. Therefore, the number of master shifter who could hold their own in the hall was the highest among the 5 great exchange halls. Lotus Room, now that you've become Mr. Hyde One, will your eyes still be under your eyebrows? Xan Lu teased. Yu Shu laughed heartily, unable to close her mouth. Yes, yes. Other than Yu Shu, the one who was most happy to see this result was Lu Tan. He exchanged a look with Helan Cho and looked at Ning Wang in the distance. Sensing the low pressure over there, he could not help but curl the corner of his mouth. The gloom he had felt when Shui Yun had been murdered and he had heard people talk about his incompetence had been swept away. Looking at Yu Shu again, Lu Tan increasingly felt that his little martial aunt was a brilliant strategist. This woman could really help him get out of trouble. Waves rose and fell in Cheongyu Pavilion. After the ranking list was announced, it was soon time for lunch. The group of people chatted and laughed as they stood up and left the table, turning into the dining hall. Leaving aside the harmonious atmosphere in Lu Tan's private room, when Prince Ning Lu Hao entered the dining hall, he pulled a long face and sat down without a word. Ji Xingxuan also felt suffocated and sat down on the other side with her head lowered. Seeing this, Lu Hao's Qian hesitated for a while before finally consoling, "Your Highness, please do not be impatient. Now is not the time to be angry. The 9th prince has temporarily taken the lead, but there is still mathematics and the imperial examinations gold rankings. It is still unknown who will have the last laugh." Lu Hao said coldly, "There are a total of 5 rankings. They have already taken in a champion, a fragrant husband, and today's fake champion. Do you expect this prince to find a fortune teller to suppress them in the next subject?" Even though they had the hideous grade E master, Ji Xingxuan, who could fight 1 against 2, the Twin Yang society cared most about ranking. Quality first, quantity second. As a result, the number of people chosen by Lu Tan's side was no less than that of Lu Hao's. Originally, Ji Xingxuan could suppress them by a head, but with the unexpected appearance of Yu Shu, it was clearly not enough. Unless there was a fortune teller in the next subject, there was no way to reverse the situation. However, the candidates of the Grand Yen examination were not cucumbers in the market. They could not be spread out for everyone to pick and choose from. This Lu Hao's Qian, she was also a rather reputable scholar. After being humiliated by Lu Hao, he felt ashamed and decided to keep quiet. Ji Xingxuan raised her head and sighed softly. She stood up and lowered her head towards Lu Hao, saying, "It is all my fault for delaying your highness's important matter. Please forgive me." Lu Hao was a man who cherished beauties. When he raised his head and saw Ji Xingxuan's remorseful expression, he could not bear to blame her for being inferior. His expression softened as he said, "What are you doing? This prince did not say anything wrong. Sit down." Ji Xingxuan looked at Lu Tan with a docile expression. "Thank you for your highness's understanding. However, Xingxuan cannot do as you wish and I feel guilty. However, your highness, please rest assured. In the next subject, you will definitely turn the tables." Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Lu Hao questioned, "Are you confident that you will be able to enter the top 3? Ji Xingxuan shook her head and revealed a slight smile. She confidently said, "It is not me who is confident. It is your highness who is confident." Lu Hao frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "Your highness was in a moment of anger. How could you be muddle-headed? Have you forgotten? I have mentioned to you before that when I was studying at the LoveLore Library, I had met many great philosophers. Among them was Mr. Han Wenguang, who had 3 fortune tellers. This year, he had 2 direct disciples who were participating in the Dian examination. I happen to know them and have seen their faces. According to my judgment, the fortune teller is one of them. Your Highness, please send someone to exchange for their name card. I believe they will give your Highness face." There were rules for the selection of the princes in the twin sons assembly. Before the results of the previous subject were released, the examinees were not allowed to change the name card of the next subject. Thus, Ji Xingxuan knew what was going to happen in the mathematics section, but she didn't say it. She was waiting for this crucial moment to curry favor with Lu Hao. Chapter 368. Yu Shu, the lucky-eyed one, attracted the most attention at today's Double Sun meeting. She accompanied Lu Tan until the afternoon under all kinds of scrutiny. When the meeting ended, Prince Ning had already left with his people an hour earlier. When he left, he didn't even say goodbye to Lu Tan. "Ninth younger brother, you can't just run away after getting such a good result today. You have to treat us to a few drinks." The 8th Prince Lu Du called out to the 12th Prince Lu Tan and insisted that Lu Tan treat them to a few drinks. Lu Tan nodded with a smile. How could he refuse such a good opportunity to bond? Thus, he turned to ask the nobles upstairs, the princes and the younger sisters of the royal princesses, "Why don't you go?" Crown Prince Yang and Crown Prince Lian naturally wouldn't refuse Lu Tan's good intentions, so they readily agreed. There were also a few other princesses who followed them, and they also sweetly agreed. Only Shiwen looked unhappy. She pulled her elder brother's sleeve and said, "Elder brother, I'm not feeling well, so I can't go with you. Can you apologize to the 9th prince on my behalf?" Lu Jiong nodded and left her to talk with the other girls. He went over to talk with Lu Tan and the others, and then went downstairs with a smile. When everyone came, they all came in a sedan chair, so it wasn't good to travel together. Thus, Lu Tan booked a restaurant in the north of the city that catered to nobles and arranged to meet in the evening. Now, everyone went back to their manners to freshen up. When Yu Shu and Helen Chu followed Lu Tan back to the guest house, the sun hadn't set yet. Lu Tan wasn't in a hurry to go back to the inner courtyard to change clothes, so he sat in the reception hall and talked with them. His expression wasn't as calm as before, and there was a hint of lightness on his face. Miss Yu is really unexpected. You gave me a pleasant surprise. As soon as Lu Tan sat down, he first praised Yu Shu. Not to mention your highness, even I didn't expect it myself. Yu Shu sighed with a smile. With regards to today's results, Yu Shu was no less surprised than Lu Tan. She spent the whole afternoon in bliss. Only now did she feel that it was real. She had not had much hope in the magic exam. Moreover, it was a true hide one. There wasn't even a first place on the list. Heelin Cho laughed brightly and said, "So you also did not expect this?" "I thought that Miss knew that she could enter the extreme proclamation. That's why I didn't add myself to the list. I'll be able to help your highness blossom 3 times, and I'll be able to add flowers to your brocade." How delightful. Seeing that Helencha was putting on airs, Yu Shu quickly waved her hand and said, "At the end of the day, it was all luck. How could I dare to be so careless?" Lu Tan was secretly satisfied with Yu Shu's humble attitude. He gently said to her, "You must be tired these days. You don't need to attend the banquet tonight. Tomorrow, you will need to go to the Celestial Commissioner's office to collect your pen and seal. You can go home and rest for a few days. When the list of names for the first mathematics course is ready, I will send someone to invite you." Yu Shu had the same intention, so she thanked him. "Your highness is understanding. I haven't been sleeping well recently. If you don't have any other instructions, I will take my leave now." Lu Tan nodded. He waved his hand to have someone see her out. After Yu Shu left, Heelin Cho asked in confusion, "Your highness, why didn't you mention the matter of recruiting her earlier? You should know that Miss Yu isn't on the list of the Twin Sun Society. In the future, if someone tries to recruit her, she can go at any time. It would be a pity to let go of such a talent." Lu Tan lifted the lid of the teacup and lightly touched the rim of the cup. He slowly said, "What does teacher think of this woman's temperament?" Heelin Cho muttered, "Her mind is introverted, and she plans to do things in a big way. She has her own opinions." Lu Tan laughed, "That's right. Women who learn to change have a strong temperament. She also has more opinions than others. At this time, she is feeling proud of herself. How would she be willing to let others make decisions for her? If I recruit her now, she will definitely overthink things. Why don't I put her aside for now?" At this point, he gestured to the cup of hot tea in his hand, saying with a double meaning, "Wait until this matter blows over and her cup of tea turns cold." Heelin Chow's eyes twinkled. He nodded in agreement, then sighed, "Your highness is always calm and steady. Why worry that you can't achieve great things?" Yu Shu rode the carriage home. On the way, she was thinking about how to tell her family the good news. She didn't expect that the whole family was already gathered in the front courtyard, waiting for her in the living room. She's here. Miss is back." Yun Do, who was guarding the door, shouted and ran in when she saw Yu Shu. There were also several servants standing in the courtyard, idle. Yu Shu was wondering if old Madam He and the others had returned home. Just as she entered the courtyard, she saw Yu Xiaoxiu jump out of the living room and run in front of her like a monkey. He grabbed her and jumped up and down, shouting in joy, Sister, you got in. You got in." Yu Shu was dizzy from his shaking. She was wondering how he knew. She saw Pei Jing walk out of the living room. Only then did she understand who had come to tell her family the good news before her. "Good child. You've really worked hard. Without saying a word, you got a hideout. Come here, let uncle take a good look at our family's female teacher." Pei Jing waved at Yu Shu with a face full of joy. He patted her shoulder and pushed her in front of Yifangji and Zhao Hui. "As soon as I heard the news, I rushed over to tell your parents that you got second place. But they didn't believe me and insisted that I drive the carriage with them to the Imperial Censorate to see the Imperial Gazette. Fortunately, I persuaded your mother. At noon, there were officials beating gongs and drums at home to give you prizes and set off firecrackers. Only then did they believe that you got in. He Fangji looked a little embarrassed. She coughed and put on the posture of a father. She said to Yushu, "It's good that you got in. Don't be too proud. I heard that you have to go to the Celestial Commissioner to be recorded in the register and officially become a master of disguise." "All right, I'm happy. We can talk about this later." Zhao Hui squeezed He Fangji to the side. She grinned and pulled Yushu to pat her while saying, "You don't know, Mother is afraid that if the wrong name is written on the announcement, it will make people happy for nothing." "Pfft, don't worry. They didn't write the wrong name. The first name on the announcement is me." Yushu walked to the front of the elders and showed some pride. The family stood in the courtyard and rejoiced for a while. Yushu was afraid that Zhao Hui would be uncomfortable standing for a long time, so she wanted to help her into the house. But she was stopped by Pei Jing, who shouted loudly, "Go, go, take out 2 big red grenades I brought and set them off at the door. Come over and kowtow to your daughter to congratulate her. Later, your uncle will reward you." So all the servants in the courtyard started to move. Some took out firecrackers, some lit the fire, and the rest ran over happily to kowtow to Yushu. They said, "Congratulations, miss, for getting into the Imperial Censorate." When the firecrackers outside crackled, the whole house was as lively as the new year. Pei Jing was already prepared. He asked his servant to bring a plate of silver cake and gave 1 piece to each person. There were 3 tails of silver cake, which made the servants laugh so hard that they lost their teeth. They worked even harder to say auspicious words to Yushu. The atmosphere was so warm that Yushu felt a little light. Looking at the firecrackers at the door, she felt a little relieved. The unhappiness in her heart seemed to be blown away by the firecrackers. The neighbors who lived nearby had heard the firecrackers during the day. They all heard that there was a female disguise master in the 3rd house on the street. They didn't see her during the day. Now that they heard the firecrackers at dusk, they knew that the female disguise master had returned. Not long after, people came to visit one after another. As He Fangji and her husband were from the south, they didn't have much contact with the residents in the north. Most of them looked unfamiliar. Zhao Hui was pregnant, so it wasn't easy to receive them. Fortunately, there was Pei Jing, who was smooth and slick. He accompanied Yushu to receive the guests and easily sent them away. When this group of people left, Zhao Hui hurriedly asked the gatekeeper to close the door. She urged the kitchen to cook some dishes to go with the wine. They set up a table in the big house in the backyard. The family ate and drank happily. When the moon was high, Pei Jing left in a drunken state. He Fangji also drank a lot of wine. She sent her brother-in-law out with a red face. "Mother, you should rest too. I'll get someone to clean up and go to bed. I have to go to the Celestial Commissioner's office to get my stamp tomorrow. I have to get up early." Yushu helped Zhao Hui back to her room. She turned around and asked Shenma to get someone to clean up the room. She also asked the kitchen to make some soup for He Fangji to sober up. Yu Xiaoxiu followed Yushu around like a little tail. He didn't leave her side. His eyes were filled with admiration. Yushu felt good and didn't chase him away. She only brought him back to her room after everything was arranged. After closing the door, Yushu suddenly raised her arms and hugged him. She rubbed his little head and laughed, "My good little brother, I'm amazing, right?" Yu Xiaoxiu grimaced and grabbed her sleeve. He said, "Sister, you're the best. Be good. When I get my pay from the Imperial Court, I'll get Uncle to get you a pony to play with." "Really? Why would I lie to you? Sister, you're the best. The siblings played around for a while. When Yundo knocked on the door and said that the bath water was ready, Yushu let go of Yu Xiaoxiu. She opened the door and pushed him out. Sleep early. You don't need to study tonight. Tomorrow, let Bai Ran go to the academy to ask for a leave. I'll take you to the Celestial Commissioner's office. Really? Yu Xiaoxiu almost jumped up in excitement. When he was studying at Baichuan Academy, he had heard many people talk about how imposing the Celestial Commissioner's office was. Unfortunately, not everyone had the ability to go there. If he had been there, he could show off to Hu Tian. Needless to say, he would have gained a lot of face in front of his classmates. If you ask again, it'll be fake. Yu Shu smiled and flicked his forehead. Yu Xiaoxiu quickly shut his mouth and ran back to his room to talk to Bai Ran. Yu Shu was tired for the whole day. After soaking in the bucket of hot water for a while, she wiped herself clean and laid on the bed. She didn't remember any worries. She closed her eyes and went to play with Zhou Gong. Chapter 369. Yu Shu drank 2 glasses of wine with Pei Jing last night and had an inexplicable dream. She felt a little dizzy when Yundo woke her up in the morning. Fortunately, she felt refreshed after washing her face. Yu Xiaoxiu had dressed up early and was waiting in the hall outside her room. Recently, he had been eating and sleeping well, so he had grown a little taller. Compared to Yu Shu's slim figure, he just reached the tip of his sister's nose. He wore a blue shirt issued by the academy and combed his hair neatly. He looked obedient and quiet. The weather in March was getting warmer and warmer every day. Yu Shu didn't have any good clothes to wear, so she found a green pleated skirt that Zhao Hui had made for her last year in Yiyang. She changed it into a newly knitted belt and tightened the waist. Even if it was a few inches shorter, it wouldn't be seen. Yundo combed Yu Shu's hair and wanted to put some rouge on her face. But Yu Shu waved her hand and said no. Zhao Hui bought her a few boxes of rouge for the new year, but she disliked it. She didn't want to put it on her face again after using it once. Yundo thought that Yu Shu didn't like fancy things, but she didn't know that she had been in the workplace in her previous life. She put on makeup every day as if she had a stupid face. Now that she finally got rid of makeup, she didn't want to waste her time in a foreign country. After tidying up, Yu Shu carefully put away her name card and examination card, fastened the money bag, and walked out of the room. She waved at Yu Xiaoxiu and said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you outside to eat breakfast. Tell Yundo to wait for father and mother to go and inform us when they wake up." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded happily and went forward to hold Yu Shu's hand. She pulled him out of the door and sat on the carriage that Pei Jing had ordered people to pick her up early in the morning. Not long after they left, someone came to send a congratulatory gift. The siblings ate sesame seed cake and beef meatballs on West Street. They each drank a big bowl of soup and ate until they were full. The Celestial Commissioner office was built in the north of the city. It took less than an hour to get there by car from the west of the city. When Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu arrived and got off the car, the sun had just risen. "Coachman, please wait at the corner of the street. I'll come out once I'm done." Yu Shu told the coachman what to do and led Yu Xiaoxiu forward for another half of the road. In the middle of the endless street, they saw the symbolic gate of the Celestial Commissioner. The main gate of the office of the Celestial Commissioner was comparable to a small city gate. It had a deep doorway and a 10-feet-high wall. Guards were patrolling under the door day and night, and they were all real soldiers with blades and swords. "Stop right there. What are you doing?" As soon as the siblings approached the gate, they were stopped by 2 guards and interrogated meticulously. It seemed that they didn't look like they could go inside to work. "Sister." Yu Xiaoxiu pulled Yu Shu's hand nervously. It's okay. Yushu took out the name card she had prepared and handed it to a guard. I'm Hyde, one of the Dian Strange Arts this year. Today, I was informed to come to the office of the Celestial Commissioner to write a reply. Can you let us in? To put it bluntly, the so-called reply was to show one's face in front of the examiner. After the candidates of the Dian Strange Arts passed the list, they couldn't change their faces immediately. Those who were not in the top 3 had to go to the office of the Celestial Commissioner for an interview to check if there were any fake candidates to avoid suspicion of corruption. As for the top 3, they had to go to the office of the Celestial Commissioner and meet with several senior officials in person. Yesterday, when Yushu was in Cheongyu Building, an official of the Celestial Commissioner went to her house to post a name card. He also informed her that she had to go to the office of the Celestial Commissioner today to receive a stamp from the Celestial Commissioner that represented the identity of a Hyde One. The guard was surprised to see such a young female Hyde One. He carefully checked her name card. After confirming it, he didn't make things difficult for her and let her pass. He also told her which way to go after entering the gate. Yushu swaggered into the door of the office of the Celestial Commissioner with Yu Xiaoxiu. This was the second time she came to this place that all the Hyde One in the world yearned for. Last time, she was tied up and dragged in, but this time, she walked in openly. During the day, the office of the Celestial Commissioner was very different from her impression of a dangerous place. Here, there were birds singing and flowers fragrant. The grass and trees were flourishing. In the distance, there were buildings and up close, there were pavilions. It was like a huge garden. Yushu leisurely took Yu Xiaoxiu to look at the scenery as she walked. Unknowingly, they actually took a wrong turn and couldn't find the direction that the guard had pointed out at the beginning. Sister, didn't we just walk through this place? Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his head and looked at the surroundings strangely. Yushu pulled him to stop at the entrance of a long corridor. Looking left and right, she stared at a familiar octagonal pavilion not far from the flower pond. There seemed to be a person sitting in the tall pavilion. She muttered, "Oh, it seems like we just came here. Then let's go back." Okay. The siblings went back and followed the way they came. They went around a painting altar, past a row of rockery, went through a small path, and stood at a fork in the road. They chose the road that they didn't walk through just now. After a cup of tea, Yushu stood at the entrance of the long corridor with black lines on her forehead. Looking at the octagonal pavilion in front of her, she didn't want to admit that she was lost. Sister, why don't we go back and take another road? Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu's expression and asked carefully. Yushu guessed that they had encountered some tactical array. The Celestial Commissioner was the highest point of the Dani school. Every flower and grass in the courtyard must have a mystery. Ordinary people might not be able to walk out when they came here. When she was hesitating whether to take out a copper coin to see the direction, she heard a hearty laughter coming from afar. She turned her head and looked around. Her eyes skipped over the large clusters of blooming begonia and azaleas in the flower pond. She saw the figure in the pavilion stood up at some point. She couldn't see his face clearly, but she knew it was a man with a tall and straight posture. He raised his hand and waved at them as if he wanted them to go over. Sister, is that person calling us? Yushu hesitated for a moment and decided to go up and ask for directions. It would save her trouble. Let's go. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu went down the long corridor and went around to the flower pond. They stepped on a path made of pebbles and walked to the pavilion. Yushu then saw the person in the pavilion. She couldn't help but secretly applaud. What a handsome young man. Where are you going? Why did you break into my Tianyuan platform? The young man stood in front of the stone table in the pavilion with one hand behind his back and the other holding a jade chess piece. On the stone chessboard on the table, there were chess pieces of the same color scattered, and there was a chess record upside down next to it. Yushu's eyes flashed. She could tell from his words that his identity was not ordinary, so she politely cupped her hands and apologized. I was rash. I only cared about the scenery, but I mistakenly entered a tactical array and lost my way. Please tell us how to get out of the array, young master. Ha! When the young man heard Yushu's words, he actually laughed again. He tossed the chess piece in his hand and said, No, no. I don't have any tactical array here. It's just 4 identical courtyards connected together, surrounding this pavilion. You came out of that courtyard and then entered this one. You thought you were lost, so you went back and walked again. It would be strange if you didn't get lost. When Yushu heard this, she knew that the other party had seen her and Yu Xiaoxiu for a long time, but let them go around in a big circle. He only gave them advice after he had seen enough of a joke. She secretly rolled her eyes. Her impression of this person was greatly reduced. She didn't say anything more and said, Thank you for telling me. Then she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away. The young man didn't stop them. He stood in the pavilion and watched them go away. Then he shook his head and sat down again to read the chess record. Yushu knew that there was something strange about this courtyard, so she quickly found the door and walked out with Yu Xiaoxiu. On the way, they met an ordinary official who asked the examinees where the solemn pavilion was. This time, they met a good person. The official very enthusiastically offered to lead the way and only left after he led them to the place. She didn't know if it was deliberately arranged, but Yushu was brought into the pavilion by a low-ranking official. After waiting in the tea room for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she was called out and told that the high-ranking official in charge of her return today was that junior eunuch Ren. Lord Junior Eunuch has arrived. Miss Yu, please follow me to the 2nd floor. Yushu had an extremely bad impression of Ren Qiming. Whenever she thought of him, her little finger, which hadn't been able to move properly, would ache. She couldn't be blamed for being narrow-minded. Anyone who was sitting in their own shop drinking tea was tied up and taken away. They were indiscriminately tortured and almost forced to confess. After that, they wouldn't easily forgive the instigator. Moreover, Ren Qiming probably didn't have a good impression of her. After all, because of her, Jing Chen had threatened to break one of his fingers. I'll have to trouble this official to lead the way. Yushu politely treated the official who led the way. The other party smiled modestly at her and said, I'm just a small scribe, so I don't deserve to be called an official. My surname is Zhao. You can call me Scribe Zhao. Yushu had thought that the officials of the Celestial Commissioner were all arrogant and eccentric, like the youth she had met in the pavilion before. Who would have thought that the two she met after that were both so warm and easy to talk to? For a moment, her impression of the Celestial Commissioner changed. Thank you very much, Scribe Zhao. Yushu told Yu Xiaoxiu to obediently wait for her in the tea room. She followed Scribe Zhao upstairs and saw Ren Qiming in the hall on the 2nd floor. Lord Junior Eunuch, this year's Hyde One Yushu from the Department of Magical Arts has arrived. Scribe Zhao was obviously very respectful to Ren Qiming. He bowed his body and lowered his head to report. It seemed that he didn't dare to speak too loudly. It was enough to show his prestige. After the previous night interrogation, it didn't seem awkward for Ren Qiming to face with Yushu again. Ren Qiming still looked serious. He looked at her and asked Scribe Zhao to leave. He pointed to the empty chair under the window and said to Yushu, sit down. There is still one in the top 3 who hasn't arrived. When he arrives, I will question him together. Yushu was happy to play dumb. It was of course what she wanted, not to become enemies with Ren Qiming. So, she sat on the chair and waited. There was no top 3 in the magical arts. There was only her, the Hyde One, and a fragrant man. The fragrant man was Wen Shaoan, whom she knew. Chapter 370. Yu Shu and Ren Qiming did not say anything. They sat in the same room with him and hoped that Wen Shao and would arrive earlier so that he could finish writing quickly and leave with the seal. Perhaps her hope was effective. After waiting for a while, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Scribe Zhao led a young man in old clothes into the hall. Yu Shu recognized Wen Shao and with just one glance. His skinny and dry appearance left a deep impression on her. Junior Supervisor Darren, Wen Shao and the third rank in the special arts course. Wen Shao and also saw Yu Shu. He was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. Looking straight ahead, he slightly lowered his head and bowed respectfully to Ren Qiming. Sit. Ren Qiming did not have much interest in this Wen family disciple in front of him. With a cold expression, he pointed to the seat opposite Yu Shu and asked him to sit down. He turned his head and signaled Scribe Zhao to leave and close the hall door so that no one would disturb him. This year, there is no champion in the Dian Strange Arts course. There are only the two of you in the top 3. Ren Qiming was busy with official business and did not intend to waste more time on these two Xiaoyi teachers. He went straight to the point and said to them, I have seen your papers. If I remember correctly, the special arts that Wen Shao and used was the understanding formula passed down from the Wenchen family in the north. I heard that the understanding formula of the Wenchen family is only passed down through the official line and not the concubines. Considering the age, you should be the 7th generation successor. May I know which young master of the Wen family is your father? My father passed away many years ago. Wen Shao lowered his head. His voice was low but he did not answer Ren Qiming's question directly. Ren Qiming saw that he was hiding something and did not ask further. Instead, he turned his eyes to Yu Shu and frowned slightly. He said, As for you, it was written clearly on your paper that you used a kind of mathematical method to divine for Prince Yang. However, the description was simple and it was not explained in detail. I don't know where it came from. The Grand Secretary asked me to ask on behalf of you. Yu Shu thought to herself, the time of calamity was created by me. It would be strange if you had seen it. In order to avoid being treated as an anomaly, she didn't elaborate on the process of using the law of the time of calamity to calculate in detail when she answered the paper. She only described it as a kind of algebra inference using the 8 characters of birth. Her words were meaningful, but it also made it hard for people to figure out the details. Milord, what I'm using is a unique technique passed down by my sect. It was because of his master's instructions. Therefore, it is inconvenient for me to divulge it. Please forgive me, Darren. Please convey my gratitude to the great advisor. Yu Shu blames Taoish Qing Zheng for everything without any psychological burden. Anyway, he has said that he will never come to the capital in this life, so it doesn't matter if someone will expose her, even if it is Ji Xingxuan. How could she know Qing Zheng's abilities like the back of her hand? If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Ren Qiming didn't manage to get anything out of Yu Shu. He sounded nonchalant, but there was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Frankly speaking, he was very curious about the mathematical method of fate that Yu Shu described on the paper. Following that, Ren Qiming tested them with a few questions. If Yu Shu knew how to answer, she answered honestly. If she didn't know, she answered honestly. Wen Shao on the other hand, answered fluently. In the end, Ren Qiming was more or less satisfied. He opened a file on the table and turned it to a blank page. He personally wrote down the information of the two of them and solemnly stamped it with his official seal. Then, he wrote 2 more appraisal letters. He also stamped his personal seal. He asked them to come forward and collect it. With a serious expression, he warned them, You are now on the Celestial Commissioner's list of teachers. You have officially become Mr. E. From now on, you have to make more plans for the people of the Dan dynasty. You have to accumulate virtue and good deeds first. You cannot use your abilities to commit crimes. Otherwise, if someone finds out, I will only need to write a stroke to make you lose your official titles and your future. Do you understand? I will definitely remember, Yu Shu and Wen Xiao and said in unison. Also, Ren Qiming kept a straight face and added another sentence, regarding the topic of the unusual arts, the painting that Prince Yang lost, there is another hidden story. This is a serious matter. If you have mentioned it to someone before, then forget it. In the future, if someone were to ask about it, remember not to speak out of turn and speak cautiously. Yu Shu and Wen Xiao looked at each other and obediently agreed. All right, take my official seal to the rights office and have someone engrave it. After Ren Qiming finished his business, he didn't have the slightest intention to keep them. He waved his hand to let them leave. Yu Shu couldn't wait to leave. She bowed and left. When she walked out of the door, she found that Wen Xiao was still inside. Yu Shu looked back in confusion. She didn't want to go in again, so she went downstairs to wait for him. She couldn't talk upstairs just now. She needed to engrave the official seal later, so it was a good opportunity to chat with him. When Yu Xiaoxiu saw Yu Shu coming down, he quickly went forward to ask. Yu Shu patted his shoulder to reassure him. She took out Ren Qiming's official seal and showed it to him. Sister, can we go now? Yu Xiaoxiu was full of excitement when he came. But now that he was in the Celestial Commissioner's office, he felt uncomfortable. Wait for someone to come down. Yu Shu looked at the stairs. Soon, she saw Wen Xiao coming out. She walked forward and wanted to talk to him, but she saw him frowning and looking unhappy. Yu Shu was puzzled and called out, Brother Wen. Wen Xiao looked up and looked at Yu Shu. He said indifferently, So it's you. This sentence had several meanings. First, it meant that Yu Shu was not the Mr. Yu who came to look for him in the parent training hall, but a girl. Second, it meant that Yu Shu's rank was higher than his. As for the third place, it was not known if it was a hint that he was chosen by the 9th prince during the Shuangyang society. Yu Shu smiled, Brother Wen still remembers me. Wen Xiao nodded, I remember. You asked me to test your words. After that, he walked out of the door. Yu Shu hurriedly dragged Yu Xiaoxiu along with her. Ignoring young Master Wen's unapproachable attitude, she shamelessly asked, I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the Wenqin family. I remember that you don't have to write it on the spot to be able to tell, right? So, you met Prince Yang before you handed in your paper. Fortunately, although Wen Xiao was cold, he didn't ignore her. Thanks to you, I was lucky enough to meet Prince Yang and asked him to write 2 words. Hearing this, Yu Shu was puzzled. She wanted to ask how Wen Xiao met Prince Yang, but why did he say it was thanks to her? Wen Xiao turned to look at Yu Shu. When he saw her confused, he felt strange. Why didn't he tell you? Who? What did he say? Wen Xiao found that Yu Shu didn't know, so he shook his head, It's fine if you don't know. Yu Shu was confused by him. She asked him a few more times, but he didn't say anything. She lost interest and bitterly changed the topic. Wen Xiao answered half of a sentence. The 3 of them went to the Celestial Commissioner's rights office and showed Ren Qiming's official seal. An official received them and left Yu Xiaoxiu outside. He brought them into the warehouse and picked out the seals they liked from the dazzling array on the shelf. There were at least 30 to 40 wooden boxes on the shelf. When each box was opened, there were at most 5 seals and at least 2 seals. There was a piece of jade, a piece of strange stone, and a variety of wood in different shapes and sizes. Compared to the seals circulating in the market, the quality was much better. Yu Shu heard from the official in charge of seal making that the privilege of choosing seals here was only given to the top 3 of the various subjects in the Dian dynasty. The other newly promoted master shifters were all uniformly made by the Office of Rights, and finally sent to the teaching department for people to pick up. How could they be chosen one by one? Fortunately, Yushu didn't have a hobby of looking at seals. Otherwise, when she saw this shelf full of good seals, she was not happy about it. "I'll take this one." When Yushu was looking at them one by one, Wen Xiao and had already picked one. Yushu was not in a hurry. After looking through the 2 rows of shelves, she finally found a thumb-sized piece of wood. It was cyan in color and felt very good to the touch. When she smelled it, there was a faint scent of wood, which made her very fond of it. When Yushu handed the seal to the official in charge for safekeeping, she turned around and looked at it again. Wen Xiao and had already disappeared. Yushu came out of the warehouse. She found Yu Xiaoxiu waiting outside and asked him, "Where is the young man who was with us just now?" Yu Xiaoxiu pointed to the south. "He has been gone for a while." Yushu was confused. She could only ask Wen Xiao, and the next time she saw him. How could it be because of her? At noon, the siblings walked to the door of the house and saw an unfamiliar carriage parked under a tree outside the door. From the door curtain to the shaft of the carriage, it was brand new. The window of the carriage was actually covered with rare glass. The horse that pulled the carriage was plump and strong. It was tied to the trunk of the tree and stood in place. Yushu looked at the carriage a few more times. When she entered the yard, she saw the gatekeeper and asked, "Is there a guest?" "Who is it?" The gatekeeper was a young boy. He said to Yushu in a dignified manner, "Miss, there are no guests." Yushu pointed to the door. "Whose carriage is it? Why is it parked in front of our door?" "Ah. Oh, you mean the carriage outside the door. It's not someone else's. It was sent in the morning. It's for you to go out." Yushu was surprised and quickly asked the gatekeeper who gave it to her. Just the window of the carriage outside the door probably cost 1,000 or 800 taels of silver. She could imagine how expensive the entire carriage was. Who gave her such a big gift? "I don't know. I wasn't here at that time." The gatekeeper couldn't explain clearly, so Yushu suspiciously pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the backyard to look for Zhao Hui. She thought that it couldn't be a gift from Lu Tan. As a prince, giving someone a carriage meant that he was under the control of someone else, which was inauspicious and not in line with etiquette. Zhao Hui was sitting in the outer room playing with a few children's bags. When she heard Yushu's question, she put down the things in her hand and said to her with a wry smile, "The carriage you said was sent by Mr. Shui. Your godfather is not at home. I can't make the decision as a woman. So I waited for you to come back and see if I should return it to him." Yushu didn't have time to be surprised. She was confused. She asked Zhao Hui, "Who sent the carriage?" "He didn't say why he sent it to me. The last time Brother Shui came at night, he said he was going to go to the outside of the capital. I didn't know he was back." Unfortunately, Zhao Hui also didn't know anything and was muddle-headed. Chapter 371. When Yushu returned to her room, she saw a table full of congratulatory gifts. She went forward to take inventory and found that the gifts were quite complete. There were the 4 treasures of the study, silk cloth, bird's nest, ginseng, and a plate of silver ingots neatly stacked on top of each other. They were white and looked brand new. Yushu didn't have any other thoughts about such a generous gift. She immediately guessed that Lu Tan had sent someone to deliver it. But she didn't leave any message when she saw that Yushu wasn't at home. She didn't want to disturb the women in the house. Not only did she win the hideout exam, but she also made a windfall. Yushu happily carried the plate of silver into her room and put it into a box under her bed. She called for Yundo and divided the other gifts into 3 portions. One portion was sent to Zhao Hui's room, one portion was left for Pei Jing, and the last portion was taken to Yu Xiaoxiu's room to change into. The gifts from the imperial prince were all good things, and even the most inferior ones couldn't be bought outside. After accepting Lu Tan's generous gift, Yu Shu naturally couldn't stay any longer. Today, she had to go to the guest house to express her gratitude. She didn't want Lu Tan to think that she was being arrogant. When the sun was about to set in the afternoon, Yu Shu estimated that the twin sun group would disperse and that Lu Tan would return. Only then did she step out of the door. When she arrived at the main entrance, she saw the carriage gifted by Shui Rui. She hesitantly opened the door and stuck her head in to take a look. Inside, she saw a set of red mattresses and a yellow pair 3-legged tea table. There were also 2 strings of multicolored gourd glass lamps hanging in the corner. She immediately fell in love with it. She originally planned to return this expensive carriage when she saw Shui Rui, but now she actually felt a little reluctant. Scratching her head, Yu Shu thought about giving Shui Rui the money to buy the car, but she was afraid that Shui Rui would be unhappy that she treated him like an outsider. She didn't know what to do with this gift. After closing the car door, Yu Shu looked at the sky and saw that it was still early, so she walked to the north of the city. Lu Tan's guest house was not too far away. She walked quickly and in less than an hour, she saw the prince's residence which was guarded by guards. Speaking of which, Lu Tan had already reached the age where he could leave the palace and start his own mansion. It was just that the construction of the prince's mansion had not yet been completed. His Majesty's decree had yet to come down, so he was temporarily staying in the guest house. As soon as Yu Shu walked to the door, she saw a person coming out. It was Wen Shaoan, whom she had just met in the morning. Young Master Wen. It wasn't strange for Yu Shu to see Wen Shaoan here. Lu Tan had chosen him during the Shuangyang meeting. Both parties had voluntarily exchanged name cards, and Wen Shaoan had passed the exam as scheduled. According to the rules, he was already a disciple of the 9th prince. Wen Shaoan only looked down at the road under his feet. When he heard someone calling him, he looked up and saw that it was Yu Shu. He was startled, but his lips were still tightly pursed. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he cupped his hands at Yu Shu. He pointed to a tree across the street and said, "Miss Yu. Let's talk over there." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yu Shu's reply and walked over. Yu Shu suspected that he had something important to say, so she followed him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to ask you to give me the spot in LoveLore Library." Yu Shu furrowed her brows. Looking at the pleading look on Wen Shaoan's face, she guessed that when he met Lu Tan in the guest house just now, he must have mentioned that he wanted to enter LoveLore Library. It should be that Lu Tan refused him and told him that he had agreed to give his spot to her, so he made this request. Yu Shu remembered that in the morning at the Celestial Commissioner's office, when Shaoan stayed upstairs for a while. She guessed that he must have asked Ren Qiming how to enter LoveLore Library. He must have hit a wall, but who knew that he would find Lu Tan? She was a step late again. No wonder he looked so worried just now. "I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." After thinking it through, Yu Shu decisively refused Wen Shaoan. She also risked her life to get this spot. How could she give it to others just because of a little friendship? Wen Shaoan hurriedly said, "I know I was rude, but I really need this spot. If Miss Yu is willing to give it to me and agree to my presumptuous request, I will be grateful. In the future, if you need my help, I will definitely help you." Hearing his promise, Yu Shu was not moved at all. How could he get a spot in the academy with just empty promises? How could he get it cheap? "This spot is equally important to me. Forgive me for not being able to help you." Young Master Wen can only think of another way. Yu Shu shook her head and didn't intend to be entangled with him. She pointed at the door of the guest house and said goodbye to him. I'm going to visit the ninth prince. See you another day. Without looking at Wen Xiaoan's disappointed expression, Yu Shu entered the guest house. When she saw Lu Tan, she thanked him in person. She didn't mention that she had just met Wen Xiaoan outside the door. Lu Tan also didn't tell her about Wen Xiaoan's request for a spot in the Imperial Historian's library. He only asked her about going to the Celestial Commissioner's office in the morning. Yu Shu only sat in the guest house for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. She hurriedly got up to leave in the evening. Lu Tan asked someone to send her off, but Yu Shu declined and left alone. She still had to go to Wangji restaurant to find Shui Rui, so she didn't want Lu Tan's people to follow her. Yu Shu originally thought that Shui Rui had come back from outside the capital. Who would have thought that when she went to Wangji restaurant, she didn't see him? She heard from the shopkeeper, Lin Fu, that Shui Rui hadn't been here for a while. It seemed that Yu Shu knew that he hadn't returned to the capital. Miss, it's getting late. I'll ask someone to prepare the meal. You can leave after eating. At this time, it was almost dark outside. When Yu Shu got home, she couldn't make it for dinner, so she asked Lin Fu to prepare the meal. She didn't forget to tell him to make it simple. She didn't want to waste the whole table of dishes. Otherwise, she would have to deduct her money. At the back, the kitchen gave Yu Shu a special stove. Not long after, the dishes were served to her room. Every dish in Wangji restaurant was of the highest quality. Yu Shu was eating happily in her small bowl when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She put down her chopsticks and raised her head to listen. The sound came from the opposite building. It was a mess. It seemed like someone was fighting. However, the room was soundproof. She couldn't hear the sound clearly when the door was closed. Yu Shu said to the maid, Xiao Dai, who was serving tea and water, open the door and take a look. What's going on? Wangji restaurant had been open for 2 months. With Shui Rui overseeing it, there really wasn't anyone stupid enough to come here and cause trouble. Xiao Dai obeyed and went out. Just as she opened the door, Yu Shu heard an angry shout coming from the opposite building, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Beat him to death. Hearing this domineering voice, Yu Shu frowned. She thought to herself that enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. How did she meet that bastard Lu Yi here? She narrowed her eyes and looked outside the door. She saw that not far away, there was a group of people squeezing at the door of a private room upstairs. They were pulling and tugging at each other. Lin Fu was bowing to Lu Yi in apology. As for the zither couple from the Forgotten Plain, the woman's face turned pale as she was being pulled by Lu Yi by the arm. The man's arms were being held by 2 guards, his face red as he stared at Lu Yi. There were also many people watching from the side. As soon as Yu Shu saw this scene, she vaguely guessed what was going on. She immediately became angry and secretly cursed Lu Yi for being a pervert. She placed her bowl and chopsticks heavily on the table, stood up and walked out. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid of going against Lu Yi again. It was because she wasn't sure if Ji Xingxuan had told Lu Yi about her. She had some misgivings about Lu Yi. Chapter 372. Lu Yi was very angry at the moment. He didn't know where he got this bad luck from. Not long ago, he was inexplicably beaten up and couldn't go to the Shuangyang gathering. His face was bruised and swollen, and he couldn't even go out. After a few days of applying ointment, the swelling finally subsided and he could go out. He heard that this new restaurant was good, so he came and didn't bother to find out whose place it was. Who would have guessed that he would take a fancy to a young lady playing the lute? Before he could even warm up with her, the pretty boy zither player smashed him with an incense burner. Fortunately, the imperial bodyguard was quick enough to stop him. Otherwise, wouldn't he have his head split open? He ordered the guards to catch the musician and beat him. Louis didn't care about making a big deal out of it. He just wanted to vent his anger. He saw that the guards only grabbed the musician and punched him a few times. His anger wasn't appeased at all. He scolded, "I've raised you for nothing. You don't even know how to hit a person. Dismember his arms and legs, strip him naked, and throw him on the street." "No. Don't hit my husband." Young Madame Bai struggled under Louis's hands and wanted to knock him away with her head. However, Louis pushed her against the railing and she fainted on the spot. Wife! Wife! Let me go. 11th Master, you can't do this. You're a great man and don't hold a grudge against a lowly person. What's wrong with that? Lin Fu was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He had good eyesight and had long recognized who the person in front of him was. He couldn't argue with him, and he couldn't fight him head-on. He could only beg for mercy and mediate from the side. He couldn't really let him strip him naked and throw him on the street. How could Wangji Tower continue doing business in the future? Even the owner would be humiliated. Get lost. Louis disliked Lin Fu's nagging, so he kicked him in the waist and knocked him down. He coldly glanced at him. Since you know me, you should know my temper. In this capital, I don't go back on my word. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll throw you on the street together. Guests came out of the private room to watch the show. There were many descendants of the royal family, but none of them spoke up for justice. They were all afraid of provoking Louis. However, at this time, a mocking voice cut straight into the conversation. "Oh, I was wondering which master it was. Such a strong smell of gunpowder, I can smell it from the other side of the building." Louis was still fuming with anger. He turned around and saw Yu Shu standing at the side of the corridor. His expression stiffened. He said with a black face, "Why are you here?" When the onlookers saw that a busybody had stepped forward, they all looked over curiously, waiting to see this overconfident person suffer. Yu Shu observed Lu Yi's reaction and guessed that Ji Xingxuan had not told him that she had tricked him. She felt relieved and knew that Lu Yi was still wary of her. She raised her eyebrows and sneered, "I want to know what you are doing here. Didn't they hear that Lord 11 had fallen and was currently recuperating in the guest house? It's only been a few days, and you're already out for a stroll. Don't tell me you've forgotten the pain after your wound healed." Louis was a person who was easy to understand. He looked ruthless, but in reality, he was someone who could be persuaded by the soft approach and was afraid of the hard approach. The more respectful one was, the more arrogant he would be. Only by scaring him would he be cautious. Thus, Yu Shu would not give him any face. With just a few words of mockery, Louis knew that she was hinting at the incident at Cheongyu Pavilion. Feeling guilty, he avoided Yu Shu's eyes and suppressed his anger, saying in a muffled voice, "I'll go wherever I want. It's none of your business." The onlookers were waiting to see Yu Shu suffer. Who would have thought that Louis would reveal his fear in front of this young lady? Although his words were not obvious, he was indeed concealing his concession. Thus, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of deity this young lady was to be able to make the 11th prince give in. Yu Shu was even more certain that she could control Louis. She glanced at him and said, "I don't care where Lord 11 wants to go. But you came to my restaurant to cause trouble, so I have no choice but to do something." Louis looked at her suspiciously and asked in disbelief, "Your family's restaurant? This restaurant is owned by your family?" Yu Shu could see that he did not know that this was Shui Rui's territory. She could not be bothered to remind him. Since she had already stepped in, she would not use Shui Rui's name to do anything. She turned her head and saw the two waiters, Gue Qi and Gue Ba, standing dumbfounded at the side. She pointed at Lin Fu who was sitting on the ground and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get your manager involved. The two of them seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly responded, yes, yes, young lady. Lin Fu was helped up. Seeing that Yu Shu had subdued Lu Yi, he secretly sighed and said to Yu Shu with a face full of shame, I am useless and have disturbed young lady. Yu Shu waved her hand and sneered, it's none of your business. This is a guest bullying the host. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and said to Yu Shu with a straight face, how can you speak like that? Did I bully them or did they not understand the rules? You ask them yourself. Yu Shu looked coldly at Madame Bai, who had fainted, and Gong Qinsher, who was beaten to a bloody face. She said to Lu Yi angrily, yes, I want to ask, how did this couple annoy you? Why do you have to be angry with two performers? You don't even care about your face. Don't you feel ashamed at all? Lu Yi was choked by Yu Shu's words. His face turned red and white, and his chest rose and fell. He wanted to say that he was thrown an incense burner in the room, but he was too embarrassed to say that he was frivolous in front of so many people. His words were stuck in his throat, like a mute person who had eaten a bitter pill. He couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Why don't you say it? How did they not understand the rules? You can say it clearly. You don't need to teach them a lesson. As the manager, I will not let them go easily. But I will say the ugly words first. If you can't say anything and ruin the business of our Wangji building for nothing, I will not swallow my anger. Lu Yi looked at Yu Shu with a sullen face. He knew that with her here, he couldn't get any better. So, he snorted heavily and said stubbornly, I'm too lazy to argue with you. After that, he waved his hand to let the guards go. He was about to leave with his hands behind his back. He couldn't afford to offend him, but he could hide. A group of people looked at this scene in surprise. They couldn't believe it. Was this little tyrant going to escape? Lord 11, please stay. This shop is a small shop, and we don't accept credit. Yu Shu was a greedy person. She glanced at the table in the room with wine and dishes. How could she let Lu Yi eat for free? Lu Yi's footsteps stopped. People with eyes could see that his forehead was about to emit smoke. Give it to her. Yes. The guard stayed to pay the bill. He took out a banknote and handed it to Yu Shu. He didn't even look at the denomination and hurriedly followed Lu Yi. Yu Shu looked at Lu Yi's back coldly. She thought in her heart, sooner or later, we will fall out. Why should I be afraid of him? When they left, Yu Shu asked the Gong Qinsher to take Madame Bai downstairs. She turned to the guests who were whispering upstairs and cupped her hands. She swept away the previous sarcasm and said apologetically, my humble shop did not take good care of you and disturb your meal. Today's banquet will not be on the bill. Please forgive me, and come again next time. Everyone saw that Lu Yi had suffered a loss in front of Yu Shu. How could they not give her face? Moreover, they had watched a show and eaten a free meal. Who would not be happy? They all laughed and greeted her, then turned around and went into the private room. After dealing with these things, the surroundings became quiet. Yu Shu's expression relaxed. She turned to Lin Fu and asked, were you hurt just now? Lin Fu hurriedly shook his head. He put his hand on his waist and said with a wry smile, I'm fine. I'm just useless. If something happened, I still need you to take care of it. I really don't know how to explain it to young master when he finds out about it. Seeing that he was feeling guilty, Yu Shu smiled nonchalantly. She handed him the banknotes that Lu Yi had given her earlier and told him that it was more than enough to pay for today's free bill. As she led him downstairs, she told him, I already have a grudge with the 11th prince. At most, I will add another one. This has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to take it to heart. As for the zither master and his wife, they were frightened. Come with me to take a look and comfort them. Don't scare them until they get sick. It's not worth it. Lin Fu saw that Yu Shu had offended Lu Yi, but she was not afraid. She did not blame him for not handling things well. Instead, she arranged everything well. Suddenly, he became more respectful to this young lady manager. Yes. The two came to the zither master's room in the backyard. Young Madame Bai had already woken up. She was wiping the wound on the zither master's forehead with red eyes. When the husband and wife saw Yu Shu come in, they quickly stood up. One wiped her tears to thank her, and the other blushed. I thank you for saving my husband. It's my fault. I was impulsive and angered the noble. Please punish me. Yu Shu did not blame them at all for causing trouble. Think about it, if a man could tolerate others bullying his wife in front of him, or if he was afraid of the nobles and didn't dare to say anything, then he would have wasted his 3 legs. It would be shameful. It would be better to reincarnate and start anew. She heard that this zither master was the descendant of a famous zither master from the previous dynasty. He was a master of the zither, and he was very good at playing the 7-string zither. However, his ancestor was in trouble, so he was bought by Shui Rui from the master's courtyard for a lot of money. He was raised in this Wangji building. Usually, if it wasn't an honored guest, he wouldn't come out to play the zither. It doesn't matter. You two don't need to be afraid. Today's matter is over. Don't go out for the next few days. Just stay here and recuperate. When the limelight is over, you can play the zither for the guests. Yu Shu comforted them a few words. She was afraid that Lu Yi would send someone to keep an eye on them, so she deliberately told them to go away. After comforting the zither master and his wife, Yu Shu returned to the room where she rested. The food on the table was already cold, so Lin Fu hurriedly asked someone to prepare another table. Yu Shu stopped him. No need, it's getting late. Go and hire a sedan chair to send me back. Lin Fu nodded and went out to arrange it. Then, he went back to the kitchen and took an insulated food box. He filled it with a few hot dishes and sent Yu Shu to the sedan chair. Lin Fu went back to the restaurant and did what he needed to do. A little later, someone asked about Yu Shu when they were paying the bill. Lin Fu didn't say a word. Chapter 373. Shui Rui had not yet returned to the capital, so Yu Shu could only bring the carriage he had sent into the courtyard. She had someone unload the carriage and put the adult horse and her little red in the same stable. As the saying went, the same repels the same, while the opposite attracts the opposite. The 2 horses, one male and one female, one red and one white, got along very well. When they saw each other, they would whisper to each other and mingle together, which was very worrisome. Lu Tan only gave Yu Shu 2 days off. On the 3rd day after the results of the last subject were released, he sent someone to bring her to the guest house and gave the list of candidates to her and Helen Chu. Just like last time, Yu Shu suggested to Lu Tan that she study the list at home. Because of the arrival of the 4 joyous events last time, Lu Tan trusted her very much and agreed immediately. Thus, Yu Shu did not follow Lu Tan to the Double Sun's meeting that day. Instead, she took the sedan chair back home. With familiarity, Yu Shu used 2 days to use the laws of the time of calamity to sort out the list of nearly 100 people and pick out the 3 best candidates. At night, sitting in front of the study table, Yu Shu looked at the candidates in her hands. Her pen poked her forehead and she felt a little hesitant. Should he add her name to the list? It was not that she was boasting, but based on the way she answered the questions on the day of the exam, even if she could not enter the top 3, she would at least be in the top 10. If not, then there was something wrong with the head examiner's head. If she added her name, she could definitely add flowers to Lu Tan's brocade and give her a chance to show her face at the Double Sun's meeting. However, if she added her name, when the time came, she would truly become Lu Tan's subordinate and be labeled as the ninth prince. Wouldn't that be equivalent to officially participating in the competition between the princes? At that time, she would become a chess piece in the struggle for power and would be used by others. She would not have the energy to study her algebra. That's not appropriate. Yu Shu weighed the pros and cons. In the end, she still felt that it was better not to add her name. After packing up her brush and ink, Yu Shu, who had been busy for a whole day, went out to the yard to get some fresh air. At this time, Zhao Hui and her husband had already gone to bed, and Yu Xiaoxiu had also finished reviewing his homework. All the lights in the room had been extinguished. Only the lantern under the eaves of her house was still lit, illuminating the area below her feet. The stars were sparse and the moon was bright. This is not a good day for stargazing, but Yu Shu still painstakingly sees an image of unrivaled champion. This is a sign that the owner of this astrolabe is about to enter the golden role. This image often appears in the Milky Way in the spring and spring, but no one knows which lucky person it is. Thinking of this, Yu Shu couldn't help but sigh. This celestial commissioner is really something. Since there's no first place, she might as well let me be first. She just had to make an empty spot and put me in second place. As the saying goes, one's heart is insatiable. Before the results of the extraordinary arts course were released, Yu Shu did not have high hopes, but who knew that she would enter the top 3? Now, she was complaining that she could not get first place and completely enjoy the glory. Sigh, forget it. I don't have that kind of fate. Yu Shu stretched her body, turned around, and went back to her room to sleep. Just as Yu Shu was sleeping soundly, Shui Rui rushed back from work outside the capital and had just arrived at the minister's manor. Because it was too late, he did not disturb the servants in the courtyard. He only asked the servants to boil water to prepare a bath, and his personal manservant helped him wash up. The journey was tiring, so Shui Rui casually ate a midnight snack and went to sleep. The night passed. On the morning of the next day, the sleep-deprived Shui Rui still habitually woke up before the sun rose. He called his personal manservant, who was on guard outside the door, got water to wash his face, changed into a loose pine green robe, and went to the martial arts field next to the small garden in the backyard to practice boxing. To the side stood a row of neatly dressed attendants. Some were carrying silver basins, some were folding sweat towels, some were holding cloaks, and some were holding tea and snacks. After a set of crane-catching fists, he saw the old housekeeper of the upper courtyard waiting for him in the corridor with a smile. Shui Rui withdrew his boxing stance and took a deep breath. He walked forward and called out, "Uncle Jean." Jean Ao was the head housekeeper of the minister's manor and a servant of the Shui family in name. In reality, he was Shui Lingnan's right-hand man. They had been master and servant for more than 40 years. In this enormous manor, no one dared to treat him as a servant. Even Shui Rui had to treat him with some respect and call him Uncle Jean. "Young master just came back last night. Why didn't you rest properly and wake up so early?" Jean Ao took the sweat towel from the servant's hand and wrung it in the hot water basin. He shook it open and handed it to Shui Rui. Shui Rui wiped his sweat as he said, "Later, I still have to enter the palace to report to His Majesty, so I didn't have time to sleep in." "You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Master knows that you've returned and has asked this old servant to invite you over to have morning tea together." Jean Ao watched his young master grow up to be a talented young master. As an elder in the manor, he felt very gratified for his master. "I'll go back to my room and change my clothes. This old servant will wait." Shui Rui returned to his room to freshen up and then crossed the courtyard with Jean Ao to the upper room. Shui Lingnan was used to eating his morning tea in the plum blossom hole. There was a pot of fragrant tea and 2 small plates of meat, vegetable, cold, and hot refreshments. There was only a solitary plum tree growing outside the window-sill. He couldn't say what kind of rare species it was, but as spring came and autumn passed, the flowers bloomed and withered. He would come to see it almost every morning. Everyone in the manor knew that the master cherished this plum tree, but no one remembered when he started. Grandfather. When Shui Rui came in, Shui Lingnan was sitting by the window, holding a tea-straining silver pot in his hand. He allowed the water to boil on the stove, his eyes gazing out the window at the already empty branches of the plum tree outside the window. It wasn't until Shui Rui walked closer that he slowly turned his head and resumed his usual solemnity. In a low voice, he said, "Sit down and drink a cup of tea with grandfather." Shui Rui lifted the hem of his clothes and sat down in front of Shui Lingnan with proper etiquette. He hid all the sharp edges of his body, like a smooth, round stone in the shallows. He quietly watched as the old man brewed tea and poured cups for the two of them. "In the few days you were away, your mother fell ill again." Hearing this, Shui Rui's back stiffened. Then, he asked with great concern, "This child doesn't know if I can go visit mother later?" Shui Lingnan nodded lightly, giving his permission. Not allowing Shui Rui to secretly sigh in relief, he suddenly opened his mouth again. "After this spring, you will be 20 years old. At this age, it would be improper not to discuss marriage. You have no father, and your mother's health is not good. She has been ill all year round. The family affairs have always been managed by your second aunt, but you are the eldest son of the first wife. Sooner or later, you will inherit the family business. You can't always let others take over your affairs. I have been thinking of finding a suitable marriage for you. Your marriage will be decided this year." Shui Rui's expression stagnated for a moment. His eyes flickered. He stood up from the chair and lowered his head. "It has only been 3 years since the death of the 10th princess, and you are already in a hurry to arrange my marriage. If this reaches the ears of His Majesty, I'm afraid he will not be happy." Shui Lingnan raised his head and glanced sharply at Shui Rui. Suddenly, his face turned cold. "How many times do I have to tell you not to be stubborn? The 10th princess lost her footing and fell into the water. That was the fault of our Shui family. It was not your fault. Why do you need to mourn? Moreover, the imperial edict that appointed the marriage 3 years ago has not been issued. The world does not know about it. Therefore, she is not considered a daughter-in-law of our Shui family. You have delayed 3 years for her. You have already done your best. Now that things have come to this, even His Majesty will not blame you. What are you still thinking?" All right, don't talk too much. I don't want your bright future to be delayed by love." Shui Lingnan frowned and said, "You must know that the lady I have chosen is the youngest daughter of Count Zhongyong's family, Rui Zizhu. Your second aunt has seen her. It is said that she is very beautiful. She is proficient in the 4 arts. She is a good match for you. Moreover, you are good friends with her brother, Rui Lin. I think this marriage is not bad. When the excitement of the Double Sons Association is over, I will go to the palace and ask for an imperial edict to bestow this marriage for you. I will arrange a wife for you as soon as possible so that the Shui family can have more children. She will be in charge of the inner court for you." Hearing the old man's resolute decision, Shui Rui was silent for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, he sighed and said, "Grandfather, please give me 3 more months. The task that His Majesty has assigned to me has not been completed. After this, I may be promoted and rewarded. At that time, you can ask for an imperial edict to bestow a marriage for me. Wouldn't it be a double blessing and more respect for the lady?" Shui Lingnan hesitated. He observed Shui Rui's expression but could not tell if he was deliberately delaying. His hand tapped on the table for a while before he finally agreed. "All right, we will do as you say. After talking about this, the grandfather and grandson were no longer in the mood to drink tea. Shui Rui sat for a while before leaving on the excuse that he was on official business. Shui Rui went to the palace and came out before noon. Because it was convenient, he took a sedan to a shop under his name on Song Rong Street. He was seen by the shopkeeper who was inspecting the goods at the main entrance and respectfully asked to go to the back. "Young master, please have some tea." The shopkeeper served him tea with 2 hands. "No need, I will leave after a while." Shui Rui waved his hand and asked, "How is the matter that I asked you to do?" "Reporting to young master, the carriage has been sent to the address." Shui Rui raised his eyebrows and smiled. There was a hint of joy in his expression. He subconsciously picked up the teacup next to him. He had just said that he did not want to drink it, but now he put it into his mouth and asked, "So, the person has passed the exam? What's her rank?" He knew that Yu Shu had taken the examination of the strange arts. He was afraid that if she passed, she would not be able to make it in time to send the gift, so he had ordered someone to check the list. Once her name was on the list, no matter what her rank was, he would send the carriage over. Reporting to young master, that Miss Yu is really amazing. She is ranked second in the top 3. The shopkeeper smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. Ahem, Shui Rui almost choked on a mouthful of hot tea. He coughed twice and asked suspiciously, "It's second? Are you sure? There's no mistake. I personally went to see the list. The first name on the list with gold characters on the red paper is Miss Yu." Shui Rui was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that when he went out, the last would become Mr. Hyde. It was really beyond his expectations. "Not bad, you did a good job. You will be rewarded." Chapter 374. On the 11th of March, the princes handed over the list of candidates for mathematics to the censor in advance and sealed it in Cheongyu Pavilion, waiting for the results to be released 2 days later. During the lunch break, Yu Shu followed Lu Tan to have lunch in a small room in the dining hall. Helensha drank 2 glasses of wine and spoke casually. "Dian has released 5 subjects so far. The Dian has released the results of the 5 subjects so far. Including the talents that Miss Shui Yun has chosen for your highness, a total of 8 have been recruited. Among them, there is a champion in the feng shui subject, a xianglong in the physiognomy subject, and a xianglong in the occult arts subject. There are 3 people in the top 3. So far, none of the princes can surpass your highness. Unless the 7th prince can recruit 2 more people in the top 3 in the next subject, or there is a champion who can suppress the crowd, your highness will definitely win this year's Double Suns gathering." Speaking of this, he sighed and shook his head. "It's a pity. If I can get the name cards of Mr. Han Wenguang's 2 disciples, I can rest easy." As soon as the subject of occult arts ended, Helensha asked Lu Tan to send someone to find the 2 disciples of Han Wenguang from LoveLore Library, but they declined Lu Tan's invitation. Although they did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that they had been invited by someone else. Otherwise, Lu Tan would not have asked someone to compile another list of candidates for mathematics and give it to Yu Shu for divination. Lu Tan smiled, but his expression was relaxed. The world is unpredictable. Who can say that those 2 people will definitely be among the top 3? There will always be someone stronger than you. In the past, my uncle's husband, Yunhua Yi, also amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. He suppressed the aristocratic families of the North and South and won 3 titles in a row, becoming a heavenly son of the generation. Seeing Helensha's approval, Lu Tan continued, "What's more, in this year's Shuangyang meeting, I did not expect to win against 7th brother. As the saying goes, if I win, I will be lucky. If I lose, I will be doomed. The current situation has exceeded my expectations." "Very good. This is your highness's generosity. Yushu heard their conversation as if there was no one else around. He didn't interrupt at all and just quietly ate her food, acting as a backdrop for the event. At this moment, the guard outside the door reported, "Your Highness. Young Master Shui, please see me." Yushu's ears twitched. She put down her chopsticks and looked outside. When Lu Tan heard that it was Shui Rui, he hurriedly said, "Please come in." The two patterned wooden doors were pushed open. When Yushu saw Shui Rui walking in, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but smile. Shui Rui entered the door and was the first to find Yushu's figure. His eyes met hers for a moment before he turned to Lu Tan. He smiled sweetly and said, "Your Highness, do you mind adding another set of chopsticks?" Hearing this, Lu Tan immediately asked the servant to add another pair of chopsticks. He pointed to the empty seat beside him and asked Shui Rui to sit down. He personally poured a glass of wine for him and asked with concern, "When did cousin come back?" "I just got back last night. I just came out of the palace and had some free time, so I came to the Shuangyang Association to take a look. I thought that since I'm here, I might as well go upstairs to see you." Shui Rui held his wine cup and clinked it with Lu Tan and Helen Chu. He then joked, "Seeing that your highness is smiling, you must have had a good time recently." Lu Tan laughed heartily and drank his cup. He turned to point at Yushu and said to Shui Rui, "This is all thanks to Miss Yu's help." Only then did Shui Rui look at Yushu with a faint smile and warm eyes. "I heard that you passed the Hyde 1 exam." Yushu had originally planned to wait for Shui Rui to come back and tell him the good news in person. She didn't expect that he would hear it first and was a little disappointed. It felt like a child who got good grades and went home to show off to the adults for praise, only to be told that the teacher had already informed the parents. "Yes. I got second place in the exam." Shui Rui was observant and could see that Yushu's expression wasn't natural. It seemed that she was depressed about something, but he couldn't think of why she would be unhappy after becoming a teacher. Shui Rui didn't question her too much in front of Lu Tan. Instead, he drank a cup of wine with Lu Tan and chatted about some trivial matters. When he saw that it was almost time and the sound of drums could be heard from the riverbank again, he reminded Lu Tan that it was time for her to go upstairs to observe the meeting. "Older cousin, why don't you come with me?" Lu Tan suggested. "Your Highness has forgotten that I am an official of the imperial court. This is against the rules." Shui Rui shook his head and refused. He stood up and said goodbye, "I have to go somewhere else. When I have time, I will talk to you in detail." Lu Tan also knew that letting Shui Rui stay at Cheongyu Pavilion to watch the exam would cause criticism, so he didn't ask him to stay. "Then older cousin, take care." Lu Tan didn't want to see him off, so he said to Helan Cho, "Sir Helan, help me see official Shui downstairs." "All right." When Shui Rui saw this, he looked at Helan Cho meaningfully and smiled, "There's no need to trouble Sir Helan. Shu, do you want to go downstairs for a walk?" Yushu was naturally happy to see Shui Rui off, but she still sensibly asked Lu Tan first. Lu Tan naturally knew that Shui Rui and Yushu had an unusual relationship, so he was willing to do her a favor. He waved his hand and said, "If there's nothing else to do in the afternoon, Miss Yu can go with my older cousin first." "Many thanks, Your Highness." Yushu wished for nothing more than to leave early, so she briskly thanked Lu Tan before following Shui Rui's footsteps and going downstairs with him. When they left the dining hall and saw that there was no one around, Yushu elbowed Shui Rui's arm and asked him, "Why did you give me a horse carriage?" Shui Rui put his hands behind his back and slowed down his pace to walk alongside her. "Didn't you get into the Hideout Academy? It's such a prestigious thing, so as your older brother, I naturally have to give you a gift." Speaking of this, Yushu was puzzled. "Weren't you out of town at that time?" Shuirui rolled his eyes at her. You think you're clever. Can't I have someone prepare it in advance? Hearing that he had prepared a gift for her a long time ago, Yushu couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, what if I didn't get in? Then I won't give it to you. Why do you want a gift if you didn't get in? Dream on. Hearing Shuirui's answer without hesitation, Yushu felt relieved. Previously, she wanted to return the horse carriage to Shuirui when she saw him. But now she felt that it would be a waste of Shuirui's kindness if she returned it. So she made a prompt decision not to send it back. So she grinned, elbowed him again, and chuckled, thank you. I like that horse carriage very much. Shuirui was in a good mood after making her happy. Seeing that it was still early, he asked her, if you're not in a hurry to go back, let's walk around and eat at Wangji restaurant later. I'll send you home in the evening, okay? Yushu thought for a while and didn't refuse. Instead, she said, then let's go to several big exchange shops in the north of the city to have a look. The ninth prince told me this morning that after the results of this subject were released, he would recommend me to study at LoveLore Library. I have something to prepare in a few days. You can give me some advice on what to buy. Shuirui just wanted to spend some time with her. He didn't care about where to go, so he nodded and agreed. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.